If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, it sure is on this Thirsty Thursday. We are glad to have you. This is Road Gang Radio, live from the House of Fastport, also known as a Degas House. Good morning, Jimmy Mack.
Good morning, Dre. And each and every day you look a little bit better. You seem like you're feeling a little bit better.
Drugs.
Drugs always make a big difference, by the way. Drugs always really land the plane effectively. I could talk about this 92-year-old grandmother who won the Tekken 8 tournament in Japan, or the Colorado neighbors who fought their homeowners association to keep a 28-foot inflatable Santa. I mean, who could oppose a 28-foot inflatable Santa, Dre?
I have no idea. You tell me.
And it's one of those things, too, where I just begin to feel like as the truckers move across the country, if I wonder sometimes, and Dean Croke is here, by the way, Dat Guy has joined us, Chief Analyst over there at DAT is in the house as well. And I'm wondering, I have this theory, Dean, called McStardunks. And I feel like that there are numerous cities out there that if you took a ride from Dallas to Fort Worth, over into Little Rock, made your way over to Memphis, Nashville, Chattanooga, and then down to Atlanta, these places still have very unique, very distinctive looks in regards to their cities, but they are rapidly turning into kind of these gated communities, glass houses, and a series of exits where you can go drop off at a McStardunks, which of course is McDonald's, Starbucks, and Dunkin' Donuts, all kind of combined into one sort of roll-in area. And I'm wondering, in your travels across the highways and byways, because yesterday Lindsay and I had on Rolando Pulshols, who is a guy who writes a Substack column called The Retrologist, and he kind of goes across the country looking for the retro, looking for, Route 66 kind of energy and feel on the highways and byways, or finding towns and all that. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
And I'm wondering on your drives out there if the world is simply changing, or if it is getting a very distinct beige glass sort of, ho-hum sort of look and feel to it. I mean, in the time that you spent, is that how you feel about it?
Yeah. It is. A lot of truck stops are getting that McStardunks beige feel to them. You've got to go, you've got to search far and wide to find that old school look to it, where you've got the mom and pop truck stop feel, where you get a little bit of family service and a good old sit down grill, where you can sit down at a booth. I love nothing more than sitting down at a booth at a and I'm not sure of the chain, but you can sit down at a booth and order I went to Dysart's, right, on our way to Cross America. And I love that old school feel where you've got people that they don't know your name necessarily, but you almost feel like they do. And that's a very different feel than when you walk up to a fast food chain counter, which is not what you feel like when you've been on the road for so many hours. Like, that's not what you really need as a trucker. That's not the experience you want, nor is it the food choice you want.
I'll tell you this, a couple of things you made me think of. Number one, on those rare occasions that you do find yourself at a a fast food chain where you are welcomed like you are family, where the manager is a miracle, on those rare occasions, you are painfully reminded of how the rest of them aren't like that. Right. Every once in a blue moon, you'll go to a Wendy's or a McDonald's. There's a McDonald's in Maine on the route out of Columbia Falls as you're running along the river, where there really are people who have this group of elderly friends and family have kind of transformed mornings in there. And I tested the theory again on my drive back to Logan Airport, where they have really transformed it into Mac Cafe. The thing is, they talk about the Mac Cafe, which I find just to be the most fraudulent sort of pitch of all time. This is not your local coffee shop. This is a McStardunks. But every once in a blue moon, you'll run into these places where somebody runs it with that sort of energy and feeling. And because they are franchises, some of them have a little bit of leeway. You can't do much in regards to what the place looks like. You can't do much in regards to what the place feels like, except for the human factor. And those moments only prove to me how Beijing all of this is. And by Beijing, I mean actually turning things beige. I don't mean the capital of the country of China. I want to make sure I'm really clear on that. But that's the reality of it. I would also encourage you, if you ever come back to New Orleans, to look up a place called the Camellia Grill. You can look it up online as well, too. There are a number of places that actually give you that old school feel. The problem is they have a very big choice to make. They've got to raise their prices because they've got to make sure the quality of the food they serve is first rate. So they've got to almost turn it into an experience, that the way to actually have an old school experience is to actually charge for the experience. The other thing is, too, in New Orleans, Veterans Boulevard is a very bland, it may be the prototype for the Beijing of America, but there was an attempt, and it went all the way up to a certain road, to kind of change the way businesses presented themselves on that strip. And you can see where it starts, and you can see exactly where it ends, because it goes from having this old 1950s sort of big signage feel, clever signs, interesting presentations, and then that mayor got unelected, and the next mayor came in and said, "We're moving forward here. We're not gonna worry about stuff like this. We're not gonna try to create any sort of quality of life. We're gonna get back to business." So, I mean, part of it is people, though, I think, getting exactly what they want, if that makes sense. People don't want big colors. They don't want bright lights. They don't want neon signs. What they want is they want everything to look like it came from an LL Bean catalog, if you dig where I'm coming from.
Quick story, the other extreme of the opposite of the McStar dunks is the old school service with an attitude, where you've got to have a thick skin, where the server gives you a really good dose of attitude. And I remember going into, and I won't name the name of the chain, but it was on I-81 in Greencastle, and those listening will know exactly what I'm talking about. They just opened the restaurant at 6:30 a.m. and clearly the server didn't want to be there, and she'd been there for a lot of years. And in rolls me, and I'm tired, but I'm still on my best behaviour. You know, I'm respectful, but I've got the Australian accent, and the words didn't come out right. And when you've got an accent and you're listening for different inflection of syllables, and you've been at this for a long time in a truck stop, you're not hearing things the right way. And I'm tired, and she really rubbed me the wrong way. And Jimmy Mac, I just thought, I can't have a serving of attitude with my sausage and like omelette. I can't do this at 6:30 a.m. I'm not going to pay for a serving of attitude. So I got up and I just said, I can't do this. I've got to keep going. And I got up and walked out because I just thought, I can't, but that's kind of the old school, but I didn't handle it right, because I didn't. So I walked out there thinking, well, this is on me. I've got to get my head right.
I'm going to actually be kind of kind to you, though. There is a very big difference between doing it with a wink and really doing it. It's one thing to kind of be kind of in winking. What do you want? Well, what kind of coffee do you have? The kind of coffee that's in the pot. What do you want? If there's a sense of a wink to it, if there's a sense of we're all in this together, it's just like we're all one step ahead of the sheriff. We're all dealing with issues and problems, pal. Just order from the frickin' menu. That is funny. There's a steakhouse called Charlie's in New Orleans where they walk over and they say, "Look, man, if you want to get any appetizers, I'm going to really recommend the onion rings. Everything else here is kind of meh. Get the onion rings and make sure when you order your steak, you order one temperature less, because if you don't, it's going to sit on that greasy hot plate. It's going to overcook, and then you're going to complain. So what do you want?" I mean, there is a sense of
that was kind of how the conversation went.
Yeah.
It was about a silly question I asked about the menu, and I got a whole lot of attitude. And I thought, oh, okay.
Well, you turn into Jack Nicholson in 5 Easy Pieces when it's like they won't give him a side order of toast, and he says, "Okay, do you have a chicken salad sandwich?" "Yeah." "Does it come on toast?" "Yeah." "Okay, I want a chicken salad sandwich. I want you to hold the lettuce, tomato, mayonnaise, and the chicken salad, and I want you to stick the toast between your legs and warm it up. Now bring me my toast." I mean, there really is a sense of that. We got a call coming in, Dean. Who do we got on the phone master? Chowder, good morning. Say hi to Dean.
Chowder.
Did we lose him? We're going to get him in here in a second. We'll work this out, by the way.
Yeah, we're having some phone complications trying to figure out how to get it on there. Maybe I can do this.
There
And
we
we're
go.
on.
There
Bam.
we go. Hey, man,
Hey,
good morning.
Morning, family.
Good-
Morning, family. Good morning, our favorite Bostonian Dean. And you ain't got no accent from a minute. I understand everything you're saying.
Good for you. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man.
So-
What's happening?
So we have important bad juju going on today, Jimmy Mack. So I know the family reads comments, on the YouTube and the Facebook and all that, but for those that may just be listening, if you're traveling across I-90 in South Dakota, I strongly suggest stopping. We've got wind sustained at about 40 miles an hour, and it's been that way since about 6 o'clock last night, up to and then currently 73-mile-an-hour gusts over here in Plankington, South Dakota, which is kind of the Sioux Falls third of the state. And my wife called me at 4 o'clock this morning when she knew I would be up normally and told me Rapid had a reported 101-mile-an-hour wind gust. So unless you're super heavy and super low profile, I would strongly suggest staying where you are if it's safe and not traversing I-90 in South Dakota right now. I'm sure the surrounding areas, Montana and North Dakota, have wind advisories too because they're in a blizzard watch, but I know where I'm at and where I'm going, and it's not pleasant. So the other problems we have, Jimmy, when you set something foundationally in your life, like maybe driving for 30 years and you never put a microwave in the truck, and there's reasons for that, but you don't.
Yes, I do. Go on.
I bought this microwave at the Boys Club 2 weeks ago, brand new, for $12.50 because it was half off. I've not used it yet, and so far since I put it in my truck, I've got my first ever overweight ticket, even though I had a legal CAT scale in Oklahoma. I've had 4 loads that I couldn't deliver within an hour on time because they swapped them to me. I've been in 2 snowstorms and blizzards. And now, yesterday, opened up my refrigerator door and my inverter smoked, sparked, caught on fire, and went dead, knocking out my refrigerator and everything, and had to go get it fixed. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not superstitious, Jimmy. But ever since this microwave moved into my truck, a lot of bad stuff's going. You know any witch doctors from the Cajun country that could, purify this?
I actually do, by
Yep.
the way. We actually had a band that came. We had a band that came to our opening party back in July called The Coven, and some of those witches are bona fide Creoles, and they can put a little bit of the anti-juju on that. And Dre knows some folks down in Cajun country. Would you like us to have a ceremony to get rid of the bad microwaves?
Well, I was thinking that, or I might roll down the window as I'm going down the road when I can drive again and the wind's prohibitive to going, and just toss it out the window at the first person that cuts me off.
No, it's a lot better if you just take a scene from Office Space,
Yeah.
pick your favorite song that you
idea.
just gets you real aggressive, and just take it to a
Just saying.
field, man.
Somebody else's bad luck's a good day for me, as far as I can tell. But I only say that half kidding because I was going down the interstate by Sioux City yesterday, and somebody had left their washer machine in the middle of the hammer lane.
Good wheel chock.
It wouldn't hurt, would it, Dean? And people might know how to use those again, but I'm just saying, though, that's the kind of work I've had the last 2 weeks, and I haven't been able to get in because, the acts of nature have prevented us from communicating.
Let me say something here really quickly. I always find that if it kind of plays into Dre's Office Space scenario too. I often find if you take a page from my favorite Christmas movie, The Godfather, what you should do is drive it out to an open field. This is a true story. My brother had a car that had 300,000 miles on it. He had a Jeep that had 300,000 miles on it. And I mean, literally, the thing was a ship of Theseus. He had just put the whole thing back together over and over again. And then one day, Dean, it wouldn't start. It wouldn't do anything. So he went to his house, came out with his service revolver, shot the thing in the tire, and asked for a moment of silence. He just was like, you know what? Let's just take a moment here and just reflect on what a good Jeep this has been for all of us, and then put it out of its misery. So maybe, just maybe, you can find an open field like in Secaucus or someplace and just put a bullet in the damn thing.
Well, there is some poise to that, Jimmy, because we do know that Rambo was filmed during Christmas, and that's a violent Christmas movie. Die Hard's a Christmas movie, and they were blowing things up. And I live next to the Badlands. Now, since the Badlands is called the Badlands because the water was no good, maybe we put bad microwaves out there. It'd fit right into the Badlands.
I don't know. Maybe the microwave might take some water in and microwave the badness out of it, and together they can make this happy harmony in the Badlands, which we'll call the microlands. I don't know.
We could. Should I use a metal bowl? Should I use a metal bowl while I plug it into my solar charger I have? Hey, it's time for me to go. You kids have a good day. Nice talking to you, Dean. Safe travels.
By the way, you are listening to Road Gang Radio, the best transpo show live on the air in the known universe, followed by the best pre-recorded transpo show in the known universe, Trucking with OOIDA. Hope you guys got a chance to check out yesterday's We Should Write. It was tack-spacular. Dre and I can tell you, if you didn't get a chance to listen yesterday, you missed something. We're not going to miss the Pledge and National Anthem or a bracing cup of Java from our good friend Pastor John. We'll be back on the other side, and Dean and I will actually dig into all the news that's fit to discuss on the air, and maybe some stuff that isn't. We'll be right back.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday. Well, good morning. Hey, we got one more day, and it will be Friday. Well, I want to share something with you found in Jeremiah chapter 24, verse 7. He says, now, I want you to notice what Jeremiah is saying. He says, this is God speaking to us. He said, this is Jeremiah telling us God wants to share something with us, but he also wants to share someone with us. Watch Jeremiah 24 and 7. He says, I will give them a heart to know that I am the Lord. And they shall, watch this, be my people, and I will be their God. For they shall return to me with their whole heart. He says that God is telling us and reminding us that he wants us to he wants to be back in a relationship with us. People of God, let me help you understand something and hear something. God loves us so much. God cares so much for us that he does not want us to ever be in a position without him. He wants us to love him so much that, watch this, that we want to return to him with our arms wide open. He says, I will give them a heart to know that I am the Lord, and they shall be my people, and I will be their God. For they shall return to me with their whole heart. Give God all of you, and I promise you, God will use all of you. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Enjoy your Thursday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
And if you don't enjoy your Thursday, he will find you. We'll vouch for that.
Morning. We can of course do a little transition here. It was a great phone call from Chowder, was it not, Dean?
Yeah, I just think that was a brilliant call from a truck safety perspective about his warning out there about what's happening on I-90, and it just struck me about what was going on I-80 over the weekend, because that has led to this massive increase in spot rates. And a lot of people are opining about the fact that, the reason that spot rates are going up and truck freight rates in general are going up is because of English language proficiency and non-domicile CDL and all this other stuff. And that's not the reason that rates are going up. It's because of back-to-back winter storms over the course of 3 weeks has tightened truckload capacity. That's primarily the reason. But Chowder's warning is a really interesting one out there in the Badlands. But last weekend, we saw I-80 shut down in Iowa. And what struck me was we're talking about the wrong things, because there was a trucker on the side of the road doing video of all of these truckers ploughing along in a whiteout at top speed. And he's saying, someone get on the radio, in broken English, mind you, get on the radio and warn these guys. And of course, they didn't have radios. No one, because they don't carry CB radios, because that's not considered an essential part of their toolbox. So why isn't the discussion around that as being an equipment, part of road safety as opposed to your ability to speak English? Because there is a massive pile-up that has caused an untold amount of damage and death on our roads because people don't have things like a CB radio. This topic's been rattling around in my head for a few weeks now, and it's called Get Serious or Get Out. Right? And because if you're going to be serious about trucking, you've got to get serious about it or get out, because this is like life or death stuff. But Jimmy, mate, we see it every single winter. And here it is just after Thanksgiving, and we see the same video get played every single year. And just watch the video of all the big fleet names that you see ploughing down the road, private fleets, for-hire fleets, top speed, whiteout, ploughing into the back of the trucks. You think, what's going on with these fleets? How do they not make the connection here? Do they just roll the dice every year and just hope this doesn't happen? Because we're talking about the wrong things. If we're worried about English language, we're worried about the wrong things when this goes on, because we just saw a big lawsuit come out yesterday about a truck company in Texas that got hit for the same thing. It's not that different, right, than what happened in I-80 over the weekend. Just the outcome was different. It's a roll of the dice. But anyway, great call from Chowder. I just thought, we see this happen every year, but we really don't do much about it because it's a matter of chance and luck as to what the outcome is.
Yeah, and a couple of really quick things before I kind of pick up on your thread, because I think that's well said as well. Wind and rain in Missouri, just north of Kansas City. Marshall says, I think I will stay in bed for a while. He was also one of the people who made a point on the chat about what was going on I-80, as you pointed it out as well. I love the idea of get serious or get out, because, I have my take on a lot of the stuff that you've kind of talked about with the non-domiciled and the English proficiency. I'm a big fan of it in regards to safety. Anything that improves the safety out there on the road is terrific, but in regards to rates, I'm completely with you. I think it has minimal impact. I wanted to have a conversation as well, too, and at some point, there's big talk from the DOT of reforming the hours of service, of creating more flexibility within the hours of service. And in doing so, because you're such a big proponent of sleep, is that the ELDs have never had the impact that it was supposed to have, that the only people it's benefited have been the data people. And I don't mean that as an attack on data people. What I mean is it was supposed to actually allow a little leverage from the drivers to say, man, the ELD says I can't do it, therefore I can't do it, and there's nothing you can do to make me do it because I will be in violation of hours, as opposed to carriers and bosses saying, make it work, figure out the no-win scenario, figure it out. I was kind of curious, and we'll talk about the surge in rates a little bit more on the other side of the break. I was curious, would an hours of service flexibility, meaning like throwing everything other than getting your hours in out, in regards to how many hours you have to do in a row, when you can do them, when you can't do them. If it just came down to I only need this much sleep to get back on the road, would flexibility on HOS actually make the ELD an ally of the driver as opposed to an enemy of many of them?
100%. We've talked about it before, but just quickly, I put together a consortium of carriers in 2005 called the Hours of Sleep, where I wanted the ability of the truckers. So I went to the FMCSA with an hours of sleep proposal where you could put together your 11 and your 10 however you wanted, with one stipulation. Your 10-hour off duty had to have 6 hours continuous, right? Because you need a minimum of 6 hours continuous to restore the brain function to a base level so you can perform. But you could put together the 11 however you wanted. You know, drive 2, sleep 4, no 14-hour clock. But so long as at the end of the 24-hour day, you added up to 11 on and 10 off, but within the 10, you had to have 6 continuous. So at the end of the day, you had 11, 10, and 3, and everything worked. But you essentially had the flexibility of a paper log within the confines of an ELD framework. If you could do those two things, you have the best of both worlds, an ELD and a paper log environment. And that would be absolutely fantastic for most drivers. And that's what we tried to do. We couldn't get it off the ground because we didn't have ELDs at the time. And the FMCSA at the time said, well, we can't let you do that because not everybody's got ELDs. And it got voted down at an ATA Hours of Service subcommittee, and politics got involved, et cetera, et cetera. But that's really what flexibility means, Jimmy Mac, is you need the flexibility of drivers to be able to sleep when they're tired and drive when they're awake, which most drivers will tell you that's what paper logs allowed them to do. And if you go back and look at the data, most large fleets started to put in electronic logs in 2007 when they started to do audits on scanned paper logs with fuel receipts and toll receipts. It was 2007, and I was working at Qualcomm at the time, so I started to see the implementation of electronic logs. If you track the accident rates from 2007, you'll see a steady increase. Most people think E-logs started in 2017 with the ELD mandate. No, it was 10 years earlier that electronic logs started. And you'll see the accident rates start to increase because they're inherently unsafe. Being compliant to unsafe regulations won't make you safer. And I'll conclude on this point. You can be 100% compliant to hours of service regulations and sound asleep at the wheel at the same time.
I'm going to say this in regards to sleep as well. I have found that the best way I can maintain the best sleep is if I wake up and I'm not full of despair, I've gotten enough sleep. It's one of the. I'm telling you, it's one of the great gauges if you get enough sleep. If you wake up and you don't feel full of despair, you're probably on the right track. We got to take a break here, Dean. We'll come back on the other end and we'll dig into all the news that's fit to discuss on the airwaves. It is Christmas time around here at RadioNemo.com. You can find us over there, live 365. You can also find us on iHeart, which is where we have a big presence. Did you know yesterday I found out from one of our sponsors, they weren't aware of the fact that we were live on iHeart from Monday through Friday, 7 to 11. We corrected that. It made them feel better. We'll be back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Thursday.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you're right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
You are a part of the gang, so spread the word and hit that subscribe and like button. Ain't that right, Jimmy?
That is absolutely correct. Our good friend the Paranormal Pie Man says shippers and receivers need to respect our time. To kind of go back and echo what Dean and I were saying before we actually got to this, I do also think that if you get more flexibility in your hours, it makes it easier to kind of deal with shippers and receivers as well in regards to how you use your time, when you can shut your clock off, and when you can get back in the game as well. It does not. By the way, once again, we have to make sure if we get those reforms done that they don't abuse them. That's what always happens. They'll do some reform to help the truck driver out, and then immediately shippers, receivers, administrators will immediately try to figure out ways to make their life easier at your expense. Don't let them do it. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Dean Croke is joining me this morning. Guys, don't forget, we are live 7 to 11, Monday through Friday. We are live on iHeart, Odyssey, Live 365, Facebook, YouTube, where I spend most of my time chatting with people like the Paranormal Pie Man and Chowder and Joe J and Brad Bentley and our good friend Dean Croke. And then we are on platforms all across podcast worlds, iTunes, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Pandora, on and on we go. If you miss us, you can still get us. We are available on platforms everywhere. We are both in the now and forever, and thrilled to have Dean Croke riding along with us. Good morning. Welcome back. We got a little bit of a surge here caused by storms, caused by seasonality. Is it going to last, or is this just a little bit of a sugar rush before we go back to the same old Dean Croke?
Well, I think it's a bit of both. I think I can't deny that enforcement is having a role, right, particularly in refrigerated long-haul produce, because a lot of the people being marginalised off the West Coast, in particular out of California, are affected by this. I can't deny that, but it's nowhere near the level that people want it to be. A lot of people are hanging their hopes on the fact that, enforcement, new regulations are going to make an impact. They will, but we won't know that until four things happen. Valentine's Day, berry season in Florida, avocados ahead of Super Bowl, and produce starts running out of Salinas and Fresno. We won't know if any of that has any teeth or any of the numbers have any substance until one of those four things starts to happen. But ahead of that, we've just had 3 weeks of back-to-back storms across the Midwest, and that has been the main reason that we're seeing this sugar rush, that I call it, in terms of spot rate. Spot rates are performing super seasonally, because October, November was sub-seasonal, very flat, not that impressive. And then we had Thanksgiving happen as late as it possibly could in the year. And then we had this 3 or 4 week compressed e-commerce holiday peak shipping season, very compressed, impacted by 3 weeks so far of really severe winter weather that Chowder just alluded to, that has really shut down the top-tier freight networks, which, by the way, when you look at the Midwest, all the way from Nebraska, Columbus, Ohio, Chicago, all the way through Allentown, a lot of e-commerce distribution warehouse markets that service a big swath of the U.S. online ordering population, that has driven up spot rates, because with a lot of volume surge, a lot of freight networks slow down, the miles become harder and slower, capacity starts to tighten, and spot rates have surged. Spot rates have jumped 7 cents a mile in each of the last 3 weeks. So rates are up, but not because capacity has suddenly vanished from the market. The same number of trucks are here, they just slowed down because of weather. Right. So that has created this sense that the market is tightening because capacity's disappeared. No, it's just slowed down. We see the same thing every year when weather hits the market. Now, the caveat is that if we see more bad weather when all of the truckers take time off after Christmas, well, then we're in a whole different situation. Now, remember, January this year, we had the first 2 weeks of this year cold weather, and spot rates went up about 10 cents a mile, but then they cooled right off again in the second half of January. So the sugar rush could last for another 2 or 3 weeks. We don't know, but be prepared for the eventual crash once the sugar rush is over if weather starts to become less of a factor. We'll know more once we get into January, but right now I would just warn everybody that what we're seeing now is really the impact of weather more than anything as we are seeing the tail end of the peak season shipping surge that we're right in the midst of right now.
A couple of things you made me think of. First of all, during the Great Recession of 2008, 2009, and 2010, the two states that were the least impacted by it were the city of Louisiana, number one, and Texas, number two. And I would remind people that what was going on in Louisiana was the long, slow rebuilding process after Katrina, indemnified it, because it took about 2 to 3 years to get all the money in the pipeline to really start kind of breaking ground on the stuff across southeast and southwest Louisiana. The second place was Texas, and this is interesting too. The savings and loan scandal of the late 80s, early 90s actually had indemnified their banks. There were things that the banks in Texas would not do and could not do that so many other banks had exposed themselves to, that it prevented the kind of widespread sort of foreclosure that went on back then. It didn't mean things were great there, but it did mean things were indemnified. When you and I first really began our relationship, if you remember correctly, in the post-COVID era, we had not only turning the switch back on, but we also had simultaneously that polar vortex hit the country as well, too. So the combination of this great surge in demand that happened in the immediate aftermath of COVID, coupled with absolutely devastating weather in Texas and in Louisiana in regards to the cold that hit there and how it slowed down the refineries, how it slowed down the oil rigs, and how it slowed down the Permian Basin, actually benefited trucking, because it meant that anybody that could get down there benefited from those kind of widespread rates. And what we do on this show, what Dean and I hope do, is remind you that it doesn't mean you can't make money even in the worst of times if you're following not just the macro market, but micro individual markets and where the action might be before it gets there. And there are a lot of people, by the way, who plan for bad weather. And I don't just mean planning for it the way that Chowder has or the way that Marshall does to stay out of it. But sometimes there are people who follow storm systems and say, here it comes, I need to be there when it goes down. That's not profiteering. That's not opportunism. That's putting yourself in a position to make lemonade out of lemons. That's kind of my take on all that stuff as well.
Well, some of our friends that were up in Columbia Falls, like Chuck Andrews, Joe Rinnie, all those guys that are, professional long-distance refrigerated carriers will know that when I mention Yuma, Arizona, Salinas, Fresno, in March when produce season starts running, McAllen when avocados are coming in ahead of Super Bowl, berry season in Lakeland, week before Valentine's Day when all those flowers are coming in from Colombia, hitting Miami. They are opportunities for refrigerated carriers to make some pretty good rates per mile. So they are the money-making seasons for these carriers, and I think it's going to be a really good year for refrigerated carriers. That's my sense. I think that's where enforcement has the biggest impact.
Well, and that's a really good way to kind of distinguish this and to make people understand that there is no like silver bullet, magic bullet for the whole industry writ large. But it's really kind of figuring out exactly what you've kind of pinpointed on. If, in fact, you work in refrigerated, there really has been a massive impact there. It, like I said, and the thing is, too, but what's interesting about it, too, is that's one of those unintentional ways that we figured out where the problem was in regards to non-domiciled, ELP, and all that. We instantly go, well, it obviously wasn't affecting this sector and this sector, but it obviously is where the real issues were. And this kind of stuff where enforcement is important. And I will say this, Dean, the one thing I am so thrilled about in regards to the FMCSA is, as an old law enforcement guy, I understand that Republican and Democratic administrations alike focused on the FMCSA as an opportunity generator, meaning in some cases for a possibility of onboarding new people into trucking with Democratic administrations, or opening up possibilities for cheaper labor and therefore a more wide open market with Republican administrations. This guy, Bars, and Duffy to a large degree say, why don't we reverse the stream and focus the FMCSA on enforcement? And one of the great things about enforcement is if you ever want to find out if a law is good or bad, enforce it. We don't need new laws. We just need to take care of what's on the books, and we can find out. We'll know pretty soon, in about 6 months, whether ELP enforcement is both, one, working, and whether it has the sort of safety impact they want. It takes about a year to figure this stuff out. You might get some immediate sugar rushes. So all of that is in play, and that's interesting. How high are these rates right now? How big is this rate? I mean, it's pretty big, though, right?
Along the southern border in particular, right? So this is where ICE has been the most aggressive, and Homeland Security. So I looked at some numbers yesterday, and they're mostly backhaul lanes. So remember, the Mexico produce season is just starting. It's just starting to ramp up, but it won't really peak until May. But we're starting to see tomatoes start to come across. Winter veggies in pretty serious numbers. Avocados is the first big push ahead of Super Bowl. But right now, if you go McAllen, about 50% of Mexico produce comes through the McAllen FAR into the Rio Grande Valley. So that's going to be a huge reefer market, followed by Laredo. Nogales, Arizona, really not a big freight market for reefers, but very, very aggressive when it comes to the ICE enforcement area, because you've got the 15 north into Tucson. So you've got to be squeaky clean to run that lane, but rates are through the roof. Carriers are getting 50% more to run Nogales, Los Angeles than they were a year ago. You're talking $1,500 a load versus $1,000 a year ago. Laredo and McAllen back to Los Angeles are getting 41% to 50% more than a year ago. So the rates are, and they've been holding at that level. So if you go back and look at when ICE started clamping down in Laredo and McAllen in early September, when they really started to jump on people down there, those rates skyrocketed, and then they plateaued at about 40 to 50% higher than they were a year ago. So you can see that carriers are getting about $1,000 more than a year ago to run that lane. Now, why is that? It's because the trucks that run McAllen to back to Los Angeles come from Los Angeles and the Central Valley. And if you follow the CBS story that they ran, those carriers are not leaving the Central Valley to run to Southern Texas for fear of being harassed or arrested.
I want to kind of just touch on one thing from a political standpoint. When I say political standpoint, I mean in regards to emphasis here. If you're listening to Dean, and Dean, you correct me if I've heard you wrong, it's California's been getting the most attention as the problem child. But if you listen to the data, they have a brother, and his name is Texas. Let's make this really clear, guys, and I want you all to understand that, because it's not just California that was the big sinner here. They are. The other big sinner was the state of Texas, and you can make a case they did it for different reasons, but it's those same reasons I alluded to with how the FMCSA chooses to define opportunity and how administrations, is it an opportunity for management and ownership, or is it an opportunity to expand sometimes voter rolls? There's a whole big debate about that going on. Our friend Marshall made a comment in the chat that I wanted to talk to you about because it alludes back to earlier, and I think I know what you're going to say by expansion. Keep hearing this mantra about getting a CB. I had one at my last job, and the only thing I heard was skip. Not convinced they will help stop wrecks. This goes back to getting serious, by the way. And Marshall, by the way, I believe that if people were actually talking on those CBs, that you would be the first person to engage in using it and really kind of keeping up with the reports. I'm wondering if, in fact, Marshall has something of a point here, saying that unless trucking companies and the culture of trucking instructs people what CBs can actually be used for, it doesn't make that much of a difference having them in the cab. I think you're saying, tell me if I'm wrong, that people have to begin to kind of become the change in the world which they want to see, and to begin to work out a culture like that. Now, I will say really quickly that both Marshall and, actually Steve as well too, and Chowder are using our chat. in the same way that you would use that sort of CB, but people have got to figure out some sort of communication device by which they can communicate with each other. Go ahead.
It's right. It's like a first aid kit or a fire extinguisher. You've got to know how to use it. And I'm not saying you have it on all the time because it becomes white noise. But if it's a whiteout and you're on I-80 and you're going past, you're in Dubuque or Quad Cities and there's bad weather, you have that bad boy on and you listen for your radio reports, because if someone's squawking and they're saying, hey, there's a whiteout, there's hard brake events, you want to be listening for road reports. So I think it's a tool that you have on when it needs to be on. But if it's bright and sunny and everybody's cruising along and there's no weather and you've already done your weather checks, it's not going to be one of those things that's life-threatening. So I think Marshall's right, but it's one of those things you've got to have on at the right time. Absolutely.
Yeah, and
I think that's his point, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly his point. He's not convinced they will help stop wrecks, but what I am convinced of that it can begin a conversation to some degree. By the way, good morning to Bruce Almighty. Good morning, #RGR, headed to Santa Fe, New Mexico. By the way, Chowder then says, I only hear garbage from Skip on CB. I also turn my squelch down, so only get a strongest and closest and strongest signals. Last week, talked with 2 drivers from Oklahoma City to Dallas, and it was great. And I think that sort of, it's one of those things, too, that all of the stuff we do in trucking, so much of what we do in trucking, and people who have been suffering through a lot of bad policy for a long time want there to be something that just flips a switch and changes policy and approach. Everything we do in this industry feels like an aircraft carrier, doesn't it? It just takes forever. It just takes forever to kind of turn this ship around. Dave Nemo says, Dean, you sound wall-to-wall and treetop tall. There you go. That's from Dave. That's from Dave Nemo as well, too. Okay, so the Super Bowl is coming up. That means avocados are pouring across the border, or at least beginning to start to kind of do that. If, in fact, let's just say that the weather doesn't maintain its nasty poise, and we get to the first 2 or 3 weeks of January, is there anything else, Dean, that might allow us to continue something that feels normal as opposed to feeling down? Is there anything else you're looking at these days?
Just the fact that I mean, there's so much that could happen. Weather is a big part of it, right? But that's why I think I'm more optimistic about refrigerated carriers, because typically when you get cold weather, dry van shippers flip over to reefer carriers to keep dry freight warm. That's sort of the bright spot that I always look for in the first quarter. They use Protect from Freeze to keep, Coca-Cola, paint, washing detergent, things like that. But that's the one bright spot. But I always go south. I always look for Yuma, Arizona, the winter salad bowl, leafy greens start pumping out of the deep south of that California freight market there, southern Arizona. I think that's a bright spot. Philadelphia is a market that I watch very closely for imports from South America. So you'll see a lot of produce activity there. That's a really decent freight market for reefer carriers to watch. And then, of course, you get into January and berry season starts to run out of Florida, and that's winter veggies and then berry season. You get into Plant City and you start to see some decent volumes there start to move. They're the markets that I start to watch. So that's the bright spots that I start to look for. Return season doesn't really do a lot when we get into e-commerce. Returns after Christmas, it doesn't really move the freight needle a lot, even though a lot of people will be sending back returns. It doesn't generate a ton of freight demand for people that are listening on this show. What will be really interesting is to see if demand starts to improve, and I think here's my best, most realistic scenario is that a lot of the carriers that are going to leave this industry are leaving. Right, so we're seeing carriers leave because of enforcement, but you won't see the effect of that because demand is so weak, because our economy is so soft because of the trade war, and everybody has still got their foot on the pause button, and they're still so worried about, the labour market is still fairly weak. We're not seeing very strong freight demand. The people aren't hiring. They're not making a lot of stuff that goes in the back of our trucks. So we're heading into a fairly soft period of freight demand. I think we're going to see a fairly flat period of freight rates, throughout the first part of this year. That said, I think if that's in dry van, but I think in refrigerated, you are going to see some, I'll use the term green shoots. I think when you start to get into these periods where you see surges in demand, and I listed some of them around peak events like Super Bowl and Valentine's Day and Mother's Day and Road Check Week, you're going to see some periods of exceptional rate volatility. Because I think what you're going to see this year, and I'll sort of wrap up on this point, because I think this year the headline will be stabilizing freight demand meets constrained supply. And I think because of this, a lot of this marginal capacity that we've seen running around this year will have exited the market for whatever reason. They couldn't survive, or they were here when they shouldn't have been. And we're going to have stabilizing freight demand through the year. So any time there's a surge in freight demand around a seasonal event, because there's less supply in the market, freight rates sort of skyrocket and then they come back down again. And that's the market that you best describe as a market at equilibrium. And I think that's what next year looks like.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell you, by the way, I agree with you. I'm going to tell you a possible best case scenario, a realistic one too. This doesn't involve the tooth fairy showing up and sprinkling, capacity, miracles upon us all. The combination of enforcement, what's going on in the reefer area, coupled with the fact that the weather stays awful for the entire month of January, which is not out of the possibility, that has a twofold thing. It keeps rates up for the short term, but at the same time finally puts the death knell on the people who have been hanging on for dear life. It becomes the final moment where a lot of the excess capacity says, you know what, that's it, game over. The Supreme Court overrules the president in regards to his ability to kind of enact tariffs unilaterally. That then has to then drive tons more money back into the market, both for shippers, receivers, and for places like Costco, Sam's Club, and the like. The combination of that then drops inflation because the money then frees up and brings it down, which brings more stuff to ports. The opening up of the Suez Canal, coupled with the scale back on the events happening in South America around Venezuela, all of those things, if they break all together at the exact same time, all of those things, they break at the exact same time, with the final piece of the puzzle is the new Fed chair sees all of that and says, I no longer have to squeeze interest rates if all of those things happen. And by the way, they could. That is not a not happening scenario. There's a couple of not happening scenarios.
Right.
If you do that, you could actually see things turn around in an awful hurry to the point where it creates the whiplash bounce back that you and I talked about in 2021. That being said, that's like being a 9-8 football team and expecting 3 teams to lose on the last day of the season for you to sneak into the playoffs. It's possible. It ain't probable, but it's possible. That's the best case scenario. And if all of those things do not happen, then the scenario you painted, I think, is the reality of that. There is a terrific conversation, by the way, going on right now between the Paranormal Pie Man, Marshall, Chowder, Dave, all about CB jargon and CB realities. These guys are actually, if you spend any time reading it, planning out what you can possibly do to make a CB work for you. Because when used properly, they are an amazing tool and a really fun tool to actually have if used properly, by the way. Did you ever get here in time enough to really enjoy CB culture at any level, Dean?
No. We have UHF in Australia and long range radios. So we have one radios that can talk all the way across Australia, but we primarily run UHF. So we have much longer range radios in Australia.
Because you have to as well, too, because when you get out there, man, you are out there, and if you can't get in touch with somebody, you in trouble, right? I mean...
Yeah, we could talk 200 or 300 kilometres, so because we have to. But the long-range radios, we could talk cross-country because they're the same ones that the Flying Doctor talks on, like the ones that talk across the entire country. In fact, you can talk to people around the world from the seat of the truck, which was always fun on that short range.
But let me also show you, this is really, I was thinking about this too, because we're broadcasting live from the Fastport studios here in the city of New Orleans. Fastport, by the way, is helping onboard veterans and move them to better quality of life and continuing their purpose-driven life. They do it at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeships.org. Down here in the city of New Orleans, we actually may see a little bit of an economic upsurge over the next couple of months as well, too. This is a seasonal thing. There are late Mardi Gras as late as late March, and there are early Mardi Gras. This is an early one. February 17th actually is Mardi Gras Day here, which means that our Feast of the Epiphany, January 6th, actually, it always is the beginning of carnival season, but in the case this year, it really will be. There is a lot of festivities and a lot of planning to go on, and I would always remind people to look around there, too. Dean talks about festivals all the time. Are there any winter festivals in January? It feels like the one quiet time, because you always got your eye on one thing or another. But are there any festivals in January that actually help with the market? I was thinking about it, and I couldn't come up with one, but I thought maybe you might have one in your back pocket. Put some thought into it if you one doesn't come to mind.
Nothing comes up, but I'd have to have a quick look. I'm just pulling up my festival calendar now. No, the earliest is the Florida Strawberry Festival in Plant City, and that's not until late Feb.
Yeah, and that's
nothing comes up.
And that's kind of the reality there. It's like this is really a time, and I want to end where we always end. We got about a minute and a half left here, Dean. I just kind of wanted you to talk about how people from a business standpoint can use the month of January to kind of indemnify themselves against the coming year, which looks like it's going to be another struggle, or maybe what I would call a low-grade back burner, as it were. Any recommendations?
Yeah, my only recommendation would be. We're going to have a show next week, so I would encourage anybody that wants to listen to what next year is going to look like from probably one of the best market analysts going. We've got Professor Jason Miller on our last DATIQ show next Tuesday. Nobody understands the freight market demand and supply better than Professor Jason Miller. He's on our IQ show next Tuesday at 10 a.m. Eastern on the DAT Freight and Analytics IQ show. So I think you've had him on your show. He's a really good market analyst. So I'm going to pose that question to him about wrapping up the 2025 year. But really, what does 2026 look like? And I will talk to him about your best case scenario that we just went through there and talk about the probability of that happening and what he thinks the likelihood of that being. And I'll ask him what his best case scenario looks like, what he thinks will really happen for 2026. So I think that might be the way that I will tackle next year, is to pose that question to him.
The other thing I want to remind people that while the president always has an incredible amount of power, no matter who he is, to remind people that if we get to the midterms and there is a change in who runs the country, the midterms in many ways, whether it is the president's party or the party of the opposition that runs the House and the Senate, it doesn't make any difference. Any president in his second term, it's pretty much over by that point. People begin planning for the future and making changes, and so policies may begin to diverge, and you may see more and more people kind of going their own way as they figure out what their future looks like. We got to get out of here, Dean. Love you. There's nothing you can do about it, as the good Reverend says. It's good to see you as always. Avoid those McStar dunks, but also avoid those rude waitresses as well, my friend.
Yeah. See you guys. Safe travels.
Thank you, Dean. We'll talk to you sooner rather than later, my friend. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
We'll be back on the other side. I believe my friend Scott is already in the conversation. Scott Grenerth is going to be here. You guys know that dude. He is the Director of Engagement for Truck Specialized Information Services. Mr. Grenerth is coming to us, and we can't wait to talk to him. We'll be right back. Go to truckdown.com, get out of the ditch, back on the road, download that app, find that provider.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game.
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OBAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Y'all, it is Road Gang Radio. A quick reminder that not only can we be heard on YouTube, where people are yakking it up about CB culture, not only can we be heard on the Book of Face, where our good friend Rebecca Brewster always drops in to say good morning, along with 3.5. We can be heard from 7 to 11 in the center, Monday through Friday. We can be heard live on iHeartRadio, and we are proud and thrilled to be on that platform, and we are proud and thrilled to be keeping you informed in the moment, up to the moment, and then beyond on podcast platforms of your choice. Derek Bars spoke about the direction for the FMCSA over at the Midwest Commercial Vehicle Safety Summit in Kansas City, and guess who was there? Scott Grenerth. Hey, man, good morning. Welcome back as always. It's good to have you, my friend. I know Dave misses you. I miss you too. What's going on?
Hey, the feeling is mutual all the way around too. Absolutely. Oh, but yeah, it's a lot's been going on, especially the past couple of days. Being busy in Kansas City. So, and just I thought one thing would be good is before I start yapping about this event is explain the Midwest Commercial Vehicle Safety Summit, so people get an idea of what was going on there beyond just Derek. It's an event that's held where federal agencies, private industry, law enforcement, people who do like engineering and researching, insurance, and then nonprofit organizations. So, and of course, being in the backyard of OOIDA, of course, they have a very strong presence there. My former coworkers there had some great conversations. But and one little note too is I actually found out about this and that they had the ability to get a couple of fellow truck drivers to get there, some good friends of mine from Real Women in Trucking. So it was good that I wasn't the only voice there. Got people who were out there on the road still, and of course, as you know, that's the reason for your platform, keeping direct connections to truckers. So that was good to get some real world folks in there. But yeah, getting to Derek Bars. So to summarize what he had to say about the direction of FMCSA, and let's keep in mind, he was only confirmed in October, so he's not been at the helm very long, and I have to keep reminding myself of that because he was nominated all the way back in March, and that was a kind of a ridiculous delay in his nomination. But the bottom line, what he said, paraphrasing, is it's time for action, not just keep contemplating. And I was really refreshed to hear that, because we all know, I mean, you guys there in Louisiana roll your eyes as much as I do whenever we hear the words, let's study that. Yeah,
oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Every driver out there, I probably almost caused accidents on the highway, right? By just saying those words, let's study this problem. And so he really took to the point of saying, enough of that. We've got to be taking action. We've got to make things right to make things actually work. And so that was really good to hear. And then on top of that, again, that was really the most notable specific thing from there that I know truckers are going to appreciate. He's clearly dedicated to safety. I got no doubt about that going into it, because partly I actually have gotten to know two people who've known him for a long time that spoke super highly of him before I got to meet him. And they both told me, hey, this guy is really legit. He really cares. He's going to really be a person of action, not just talking. And again, that's what he's certainly saying, and that's what we're seeing already. Because again, keep in mind, 2 months he's been at the helm, and they've been making some significant changes there. So then, after he had his time speaking on the opening day and all that, on the second day, I just caught him at a really good time. He had just stepped out and was in the hallway, and thankfully this is a much smaller event than a lot of events I go to, and got to talk with him. And truly, Jimmy, it was a 20-minute conversation. The fact that I'm here right now is proof that I can talk. All right? We both can do that just fine. But it was honestly him asking me questions about my experience trucking and what I hear from my fellow truckers out there. And the key thing that I brought up to him is something I think it's my number one issue, that if I could fix it right now, I would. And surprisingly to many people, that's actually not truck parking. To me, it's the most immediate connection to safety that the agency could do, I should say, to clarify that what FMCSA could do. And that is, if you'll remember back in 2015, this goes back to when I was working at OOIDA as the Director of Regulatory Affairs and representing the women and the men out there behind the wheel. And FMCSA, for the first time ever, in 2015, let's see, at that time the agency would have been...
14 years old. 14 years old,
yeah,
I
exactly.
think. Yeah.
20, quote, mature, I will use that word in air quotes, they finally took on the issue of what should the nationwide standard be to get a CDL. And as you know, that agency right now is doing a lot around CDLs and everything. And so that was called the Entry-Level Driver Training Advisory Committee. So we created standards through consensus, a wide range of stakeholders, as to here's what you need to do. And a key point from that came out, I can't possibly overstate how key it was, is that we knew if the agency raised the bar super high, that would have a cost that would be associated with it that would be way too high, and it wouldn't work, okay? Because goodness knows, in my time at OOIDA, we took shot at FMCSA because they were putting things through that were too high of a cost burden on the owner-operators. So, I mean, you got to be aware of that. You've got to, you can't say, hey, just do something that's going to cost too much. So instead of mandating a certain number of hours behind the wheel, we said, here's the key thing. We want you to track the trainers and their trainees, just like, if you remember at that time, the National Registry of Certified Medical Examiners had just been created and was working finally. And they were tracking the docs who give you your medical certification, your annual or biannual physical, and they were then tracking the people, the drivers who went to those doctors. And the purpose of that was to look for people who were doctor shopping, people who knew darn well they had a serious issue, and they were just trying to find a doc who would pass them on their physical. And they were doing it successfully, at that point. Again, obviously, there's always blips. I'm sure people could pick up the phone right now and call you and say, oh my gosh, I had this horrible experience. I know about that real well, trust me. But overall, the bottom line is they were able to implement that successfully to track those people. So we said, copy that, paste it into a different application, track the trainers and their trainees, because, gosh, Jimmy, you think if you get bad training, somewhere out there, there's going to be a record from the roadside law enforcement of you horribly failing inspections because you don't have a clue what's going on, or in the worst case scenario, you're getting in crashes, and you can just track that back and say, whoa, look at this trainer over here at Billy Bob's Trucking School. over in East Armpit that's got all the, 50 people who've had crashes over the first year, or, again, failing inspections horribly. We're not talking a taillight out. We're talking people that have a brake chamber hanging loose, something that even, a person with limited sight, would be able to see. And so they should be able to track that with their database they just created. Just apply it to the new thing. So,
Scott, I want to put the brakes on you for 1 second, because so much of what you're saying, I know Dave is listening right now as well. Dave Nemo is listening. He's over in the chat along with a lot of other people. Really quickly, because I want to get you back on your thread. Dave and I have been saying for the better part of a decade that part of the problem with training, what has happened here, is that there has been a frog boil, a lobster boil, whatever you want to call it, and that for the better part of 3 to 4 to 5 decades, trucking had the benefit of both the draft, farm boys, and people passing down their union cards to their family members, and that trucking never had to engage in the sort of widespread training that other professions have because somebody else was taking care of it. None of those three things went away in the blink of an eye, and because they didn't, trucking didn't realize how much skill it was losing in regards to imparting it from one generation to the next. And what has happened is, at some point over the last 2 decades, they looked around and realized that all those things that they felt entitled to, or they didn't even realize were happening for them, simply sunsetted on them. And my question, to kind of expand upon what you're saying, is, if in fact tracking the trainer does in fact prove to be successful and really picks up steam, do you feel like there are ways that we can onboard more stuff over an incremental amount of time? Yes, to try to do everything overnight in one big drop would really hit a lot of carriers in the teeth. But dude, all other kind of professions, the airline pilots, doctors, all other professions where it's a high-skilled, intensive labor, go through real, genuine, bona fide onboard training, and they absorb the cost. How do we kind of create this balance? I'm going to let you get back on track, but I wanted to kind of get my own 2 cents in there on this as well too, because ultimately trucking is going to have to step up and take care of making sure that it actually trains its employees the way other professions do. That's my little editorial there for you for a minute. So go on from that point.
Amen, brother. Totally. Couldn't possibly agree more. Every single word of it. And I, with a very few words, I'll respond as it with perfect example. 88 Mike. If you go into the armed services and you're going to get certification to drive really big rigs, you get exactly what you just said, Jimmy. You go through step-by-step incremental training. And I give huge credit to Brian Spoon, one of the board members at OOIDA. He was part of that negotiated rulemaking committee as well. Great guy. And he actually did that training in the military. And so I got to dive into that thoroughly. But the bottom line is, what you do, you start out with a big pickup truck, maybe, with a little trailer behind it. Then you go to the next vehicle up in size, and you drive that. Then you go to the next level up until eventually you can get up to where you're driving the really large vehicles, equivalent to an over-the-road semi-truck. And so, there's all kinds of ways you can follow perfectly good examples out there of what training should be. And also, broadly speaking, a lot of the community colleges out there that have training do a much better job. And they would easily, they would, as a matter of fact, Martin Garcia was the person representing those schools, the
NAF.
colleges.
Wait, you ready? I can do it actually. NAFPFTDS, the National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving Schools. I got that.
Indeed, yes, indeed. Yeah, you're doing a great job with that. And they didn't blink at the thought of a 30-hour behind the wheel mandate. They're like, you're kidding me, only 30? No problem. I don't even think we need to say which association out there is the one that was crying a river. Not Niagara Falls over the idea of, mandating a number of hours behind the wheel. They were the only ones in that really large room.
And they've gotten quiet. They've gotten really quiet recently because, man, the proof is in the absolute pudding, by the way. I don't know if you know this, Scott. On this show, every Tuesday, we do a segment called Education Station, and we are every Wednesday, we do a segment called Education Station. And just yesterday, we had a young man who ran a department over in Ozarks Community College. He runs their transportation department. And if everybody who was training truckers was running it the way these folks are running it, our problems in this country would go away very quickly. There's a lot of great models out there. I'm taking you all over the place. I wanted to ask you about your conversation with
totally fine. I can handle it. I'm a trucker, right?
Yeah.
You got to be able to handle that. That's part of the job requirement.
I've got you on a little detention on the dock. Let me ask you about bars really quickly, too, because one of the things that I'm so impressed by him is that we've gone from the FMCSA being an opportunity engine either for those who want to bring on cheaper drivers or those who want to give more opportunity to many more people. This guy seems to be focused on enforcement, given his background, and the idea that let's simply apply the job in regards to the laws and rules that we have and begin to kind of enforce those laws, and then that will create more space and opportunity. Is that a sense of what you got from talking to him?
Heck yes, absolutely. And it truly, I knew that, just like you were referring to, I knew that before even talking with him, because it's clear in the actions that they're taking that they really are, that is the direction. My only one criticism is specific, but I'll put it this way. As of this moment, my criticism is when it comes to the entry-level driver training, that the actions they've taken, while they're not bad, they totally are not bad, they're still not getting to the point of tracking the trainer and the trainees to pinpoint who is doing it wrong. And now this is where I'll get to wrapping that main thought up. So basically what I got is a promise of we're heading there. We're going to be doing it. And my goal, my thing here today is, if nothing else, for everybody out there listening, any opportunity you get, remind that agency they need to be tracking those trainers, hold their feet to the fire to do it, because it's absurd that, now granted, real quick, super fast history, 2015 is when we sat down, we had the negotiated rulemaking, we all agreed on the standards, we passed it through, no problem at all, and the agency then took over the task of actually codifying that, making it into regulation. And of course, I knew it wouldn't happen overnight, but it took them forever. So they finally got that in place. And but since then, they've had ample time to actually start doing this, but they haven't yet. But I believe under Mr. Bars, they're going to do it. But man, I wish they'd start tomorrow. I want that so badly, because I know there are people out there, like you just mentioned, and I'm going to go back and listen to the replay of yesterday's show with a guy from Ozark Community College. I know there are people out there doing it right. I want those people to be rewarded for what they're doing, for the hard work they're putting in, taking the time, hiring good people to do it. That's where I want to see the funnel of trainees go to, not to the scum of the earth out there that are just like my colleagues at OOIDA, and Mr. Bars confirmed this. They told me the day prior, they had just sent him I don't know if it was a picture or a website from Kansas City area, someone who had a sign up or advertisement saying, get your CDL in, fill in the blank. How many hours? 24. Those people ought to be locked up in jail. That is unconscionable.
Listen,
there's no way.
Listen, really quickly, guys, if you're just joining us, Scott Grenerth, of course, who is the Director of Engagement for Truck Specialized Information Services, go to tsps.io. You can also find him, meaning Scott himself, on LinkedIn over there. He's a guy who's keeping up with a lot of the stuff that's going on. I just wanted to make sure that those who are just joining us understand the breadth of knowledge and the wealth of institutional information that Scott brings to the game. It's good to have you, as always, dropping in here. I did want to ask you really quickly, too, too, in regards to you had a chance to talk to not only our good friend Mr. Bars, but you had a chance to talk to roadside officers as well. You got a chance to sit down and have lunch with them, by the way, and I kind of wanted you to kind of give a sense. There's a lot of people who would love to have a truck driver at the head of the FMCSA. I understand that urge, but I got to tell you, second best case scenario is somebody who actually has roadside experience. This man does, which means he has his ear to the ground in regards to how the men and women who are policing those interstates and keeping us all safe are doing. What did you get from your impression with them?
The simplest way of putting that across is literally the first thing I asked him out of my mouth was, how is it going regarding the newer drivers out there now? And they didn't say anything. What they did, they gave me literally a physical thumbs down. Okay? If that doesn't speak volumes, I don't know what does. That was their, it's not like, well, it's kind of a little complicated. No, it's not complicated. It's just not good, period. What they were telling me is they are repeatedly, not just, again, a one-off. We all know there's the proverbial bad apples out there, whatever. But over and over, they're getting people who don't even know the very basic things that you sure as heck are legally required to know about how the truck operates. It's like all they're doing is walking out to that truck, turning the key on, and driving away. They aren't testing the air brakes. They aren't looking under the truck. They're not popping the hood, because when they do these inspections, they can tell it real easy. Like just from questions they'll ask the driver that they like stare at them blankly, because they clearly have no idea about these things. So that is downright scary. Okay, that is not what I want to hear at all. Because I will freely admit, man, I am not a mechanic. I am not a diesel mechanic, okay? No. I do really well with a bicycle, okay? I got you covered in that. But I am not a diesel mechanic. But I also know that I can get under that truck, under that hood, and know what to look for to make sure that it is a safe truck to head down the road. And they're not seeing that.
No, and there is, Dean Croke, who was on the show earlier, spent the first hour with us. At the end of the first half hour, Scott, one of the things that he commented on was he's working on a piece right now called "It's Time to Get Serious." And one of the conversations that we've been having on the chat this morning is a debate about whether or not to, bring back the CB. And the point of that conversation is the CB around the idea of having micro weather reports of fellow truck drivers, letting fellow truck drivers know how that stuff operates. I was kind of curious,
heck yes.
And I was kind of curious to kind of get your perspective on this too, in regards to, I think we desperately need a cultural reset. Not just, this is one of those things, this is big picture existentialism, but the idea that, we as a culture, for some reason, have drifted away from the idea of the motor actually driving this country backwards and forwards. Of actually, the idea that, there's less shop today, there's less interest in getting your driver's license at 15, which means by the time somebody gets their driver's license, they're 18, 19 before the thought of a CDL ever enters their life. And this feels like the idea that maybe, and this is my question for you, maybe if we can somehow make the job of truck driving more attractive with both its wages, its lifestyle, and the respect that it's afforded, it might make people at a younger age interested in going into it, because they see a real route towards a profession as opposed to just being meat in the seat. And I'm wondering if, in fact, that we become the buyer of last resort sometimes of people who want to get out there and have an adventure or have exhausted every other financial possibility, that we're not onboarding the kind of people that should be the next generation of drivers. Told you I was going to get existential, but I wanted to throw that at you based on some of the reactions that you had.
Oh, yeah, it is totally true. To me, a massive thing that you could do that is to keep people in the industry is to get serious about the attention time. That because you get so many people, like I remember when I entered the industry, the very first carrier I was with, that I had a pretty good thing going during the day with my regular dispatcher, but boy, when he went home, it got horrible quickly. And you can't have that happening every day. So anyhow, that because I got held up in a situation, I literally missed getting back home in time for my wife's surprise birthday party that I had planned. So thankfully, we had good friends there. She had a great time, but I couldn't even be there. That's, thankfully I'm stubborn enough. I stuck with it, got through that, got to a better place. But I know people out there have left because of that. Lots of people, because I don't even know when I'm going to get home, even when I've got a load planned, because I might be at the dock for 7 hours, 8 hours or more. And if that were to be addressed in an appropriate way to say, hey, we're going to make sure we track those hours, we can do it easily enough with ELDs these days, and make sure that you're not being held up longer than you should be. That would be a huge step toward keeping people in this industry, because at least then you could say, hey, I know traffic can happen, weather can happen, it could be worse than you thought it was going to be, but at least that only gives you throws you off your plan by a short amount of time in the scheme of things. But when you have half a day chewed up, oh man. So that truck parking, addressing that obviously is a big way of keeping people in the industry too. And I directly know of a very good friend of mine who was trained a guy who was a fabulous driver. He was so looking forward to him coming on at that company. The guy went down, got a load down to Florida, could not find a parking spot to save his life down there until he finally ended up in a really bad place, and he quit. So, he literally quit the job because of the truck parking issue, because he did not know where to look or to find a place where he was at, trying to get stopped where there was a spot available.
Yeah, and you got a chance actually to talk to Boris a little bit about that as well too, in regards to the parking situation. And it's funny because one thing I think the industry has learned, and by the industry I mean the actual people who do the driving, have learned that if they become the squeaky wheel, gradually, slowly, brutally, we're getting this done, which is we are going to keep on screaming about parking until you people do something about this. And by the way, I would always tell any shipper and receiver, you know why you don't like that driver? Because you've gotten too long to take to know him, because he's been on your dock for the last 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Of course you don't like him.
Yeah.
You're up close and personal for that long, or you made him wait, or you made him go someplace else to find a place to park. And there has got to be something worked out here, because this goes on and on and on. It feels like a broken record, but I don't think it is a broken record.
Is.
A broken record, it means that the record is scratched. What this is somebody saying, no, you're not listening to the note properly in this musical sequence. I'm going to go back and play it again until you understand what you're listening to. And I want people to remember that as well. I wanted to ask you, we got about 2 minutes here, and we got so much else to talk about. Is there anything you wanted to touch on? Like I said, I got so many talking points for you. I got to get you back on the show.
I know, totally. Plenty, absolutely. Well, two things. One is a thing that I think has not been, and maybe we can revisit this later with more detail. When it comes to training, I saw with the recent actions by FMCSA to try and thin out the training provider database. So in other words, real quick recap. Anybody who meets the qualifications, and that's a whole other thing to get into later, but anybody who meets the qualifications can be a trainer, okay? If you are a trucker and you've got a good record, you can be a trainer. That's the simplest way of putting it, okay? You do not need to be a school to train. So individual owner-operators who meet the qualifications, which is, again, rather easy, simple, clear thing, can do that. And why I'm bringing this up is when I saw on social media comments about the training provider registry being cleaned up by FMCSA, they're just trying to get rid of the people who joined it in good intentions, thinking, yeah, I might do this someday, and they never did. And they just wanted to get rid of those people so they can start digging in and finding out the bad providers. And they're not doing it the way I would hope they would, but they're using a different approach. But they're really trying to tackle it. They're just doing it in a way that I think is not as efficient, in that regard. But back on track. So I would much rather see any number of people I know personally out there training someone who's going to get a CDL versus going to a school. and especially the for-profit schools where they are like, yeah, we'll get you in and out in whatever, 1 week and you get your CDL, whatever it might be. And sure as heck not those 24-hour places, but that's just wrong on so many levels. So I would definitely hope out there, anybody who thinks about doing it, if you've got a niece and nephew, whoever, somebody in your family, just remember you can do it. And if you're a member of OOIDA, you can reach out to them definitely, and they can give you more info on it, more specifics. And again, Jimmy, maybe someday we can revisit that in more detail and kind of talk through that. And I would just need to brush up myself on going back to what the exact numbers are for the qualifications.
We're going to get you on education. We're going to get you on education station. Scott, we are absolutely out of time. Actually, we extended time because we just are crazy about you. Scott Grenerth, by the way, is the Director of Engagement for Truck Specialized Information Services. Go to tsps.io. You can find Scott on LinkedIn as well. Thank you, sir. It's always great to talk to you.
You got it. Take care.
All righty. We'll be back on the other side with Washington Trucking Week. Bryce Mungen is going to be on the scene. Lots to dig into there as well. Merry Christmas.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Yeah, buddy, we're seizing that day, and we are going into this last half before Lindsay gets here. Hide.
Look busy.
Look busy. But we are happy to have you here at the Fastport Studios, Jimmy Mack.
Happy to have you here as well, Dre. At some point we'll actually go on the Book of Face and all the other social medias, Phone Master Dre, and you and I will figure out a way to monetize your injury. Yeah, we'll probably jump in over there and be like, hey, dude, send Dre your money. He needs it. I need it too. I don't need his money. I just need him to have money. It makes me really happy when Dre has money because it makes Dre happy, which makes me happy. It's all Thrillsville, dude. It's all Thrillsville. It's good to see you alive and well, though. Like I said, each day you look a little bit better. Each day the drugs get better, I'm assuming, right?
No, they're depleting, but it's okay. We're getting better, so that means I need less drugs.
Oh, less drugs.
Yeah.
Less drugs, more Dre. That's what I have to say. Bryce Mungen, by the way, is the Director of Legislative Affairs because we're talking about the fat cats as we wade with our hip boots through the swamp of Washington, D.C., a town that we like, by the way. Don't ever forget, though, a swamp actually cleans out the water and actually allows what is brackish to become fresh water and what is fresh water to become salt water. Does a lot of good stuff, by the way. And Bryce is over there doing the Lord's work, the heavy lifting over there for OOIDA. Is it pronounced Hageman or Hageman?
Hageman.
Hageman. Okay, so I got both of them wrong. So let's talk about Harry.
It was like halfway each, yeah.
I was finding the happy middle. We're going to jump right into the deep end with Harriet Hageman, who is a Republican out of Wyoming who introduced the Route Act. Break that down from what happened last Thursday and where it's going and where it's headed and how you guys feel about it.
Yeah, so the Route Act is really addressing regulation that we've heard a lot about, but in a very targeted way, and we feel that in a way that is much more safe than some of the other proposals that have been floated in years past. So what this legislation would do it would allow for a 150 air mile radius exemption for drivers under 21, basically cross state borders or operate in interstate commerce. So, we've heard over and over again that it doesn't make sense for younger drivers based in, let's say, Kansas City, Kansas. They can't go over the border and make a delivery in Kansas City, Missouri. And unfortunately, some people, large carriers, ATA on Capitol Hill, have used that regulatory barrier to then push for a broader exemption and just say, well, that doesn't make sense. Let's open interstate long-haul trucking to 18, 19, and 20-year-olds across the board. That's how that argument has gone. But we've said all along, you're right, it doesn't make a ton of sense that someone living, right in a metro area, take the D.C. area here where you have a couple of jurisdictions that are right next to each other. You can't cross over those state borders, but if you're based in Texas or in California, you can drive hundreds of miles clear across the state, but you can't just go right over the state border. So clearly there is a regulatory issue there to be solved, but the solution is not just opening up the whole country for younger drivers. So what this legislation would do, again, it would give that 150 air mile radius for younger drivers to operate in interstate commerce, cross state borders. And what we've said all along is it would let younger drivers operate in areas they're familiar with, allow them to get more experience in areas they're more comfortable. The legislation would require that drivers are returning to their reporting location, their work location at the end of every day. So it's not opening up the long-haul industry to younger drivers, but it is giving more opportunities potentially to younger drivers to get into trucking, get into driving, get that experience. So then down the line, they're more prepared to enter the long-haul, the trucking industry. So we feel it's a very targeted way to address this cross-border, this interstate commerce issue in metropolitan areas instead of the big, broad solutions that we've seen in the past.
Well, and let me give you a couple of examples just to give people a sense of this, not just with a tale of two KCs. Let me give you a couple of other examples. The way this rule is set up, it would allow somebody to drive from Atlanta to Chattanooga. It would allow somebody to drive from Memphis to Little Rock. And by the way, I've checked those mileage in regards to the radius and all that. I'm not just throwing numbers out there. Columbia to Raleigh. I mean, these are good examples of what we're talking about here. You guys are saying, if I'm interpreting you right, and I will tell you what you've told me and tell me if I've understood you, you have no problem with the idea of allowing a radius of distance to be the determining factor. What you're not willing to do is simply say, well, that's ridiculous, so let's change everything completely. The idea that it's like, well, since somebody can't drive from Atlanta to Chattanooga, the hell with it. We can go Atlanta to New Orleans, which is not the case. We're talking about New Orleans to Biloxi and those kind of things where you have two metropolitan areas that are business dependent upon each other as kind of a symbiotic relationship of moving goods and services between them over a very short 150-mile radius distance. And we're saying we're okay with that. What we're not okay with is throwing it out with the bathwater and having somebody driving from Kansas City to Galveston. That's what we're talking about here, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly it, right. And I think, that's exactly right. And I think kind of another aspect to this is, we were talking about, goods, freight transportation within that radius area. One of the other things, and this is from, being up on Capitol Hill, talking to lawmakers, when they hear about this issue, this under 21 driver and interstate commerce issue, they're hearing about it from local businesses that say, and they may not be, a trucking business, quote unquote. It might be construction companies. It might be your local, bakery, bread delivery, stuff like that. So it's not just a quote unquote trucking issue. It's more anyone who's using trucks that require a CDL. So I think that's the other aspect of this that's important is it's going to open up other driving opportunities and address those concerns that lawmakers have expressed, again, without allowing what you just described, which is right, just driving clear across the country in unfamiliar areas. So for that reason, we also think there'll be a lot more interest from industry in the solution because as we know, the Safe Driver Apprenticeship Program has been a flop. There has not been a ton of uptake, a ton of interest either from carriers or potential drivers. But with this solution, we think it's a much more, again, targeted solution, but there should be a lot more interest because like I said, some of these other industries that might want to use drivers in regional or much more localized operations, they don't need a whole Safe Driver Apprenticeship Program, but this exemption would allow them to operate safely and address what they're looking for their business needs.
I'll give you a couple of other examples just for fun. Cincinnati and Louisville come to mind, and most interestingly enough, the Quad Cities, which of course have a lot of trucks moving all across that particular that four-city area, and of course we're talking about numerous states that kind of play into that. It is very encouraging because you also made a point of saying this is how to get buy-in from industry. This is how to get buy-in from people behind desks and people who are, I don't want to say all of these people are looking to cut corners or looking for a way to kind of expand the glove, but this is a way that might satisfy some of the more legitimate players who have let's call it a legitimate kind of problem. It's like, come on, man, I just need somebody to drive a truck 50 miles, and that state line is an arbitrary kind of device here. A state line is not arbitrary when we're talking about being on the road for 2 days. That's not what we're talking about here, and it's about separating those kind of two things as well, too. Where did she, how did she get the idea, by the way? Where did route come from?
So it came from in talking to her in her office. She was hearing about this from folks back in Wyoming. So we were sitting here talking about, metropolitan areas, Kansas City Metro and all these other places, but it's not just what you might typically think of as, urban or metro areas. Companies in her state carriers in her state were expressing concerns and interest about this. So it really is a ground up piece of legislation. And getting back to what we were talking about, it's trying to address what she was hearing from her constituents and the people she's supposed to represent, or the people that she does represent. So it's not just some harebrained scheme cooked up here in Washington, D.C. It's addressing the real concerns that she's hearing about.
Well, I mean, I know that area pretty well, and it actually makes a lot of sense for them as well, too, because you're talking about places like Gillette and Sturgis. I mean, that's a great example of, what those state lines can actually mean. I mean, you're talking about often you'll have companies that are inside of Wyoming right by the border with Logan, Ogden, and Salt Lake City in Utah, and we're talking about areas where smaller towns at the edge of Wyoming need to have access to those metropolitan areas, whether it's about ag or stuff like that. A lot of this is going to fall under ag, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if that's correct, but that's my guess, right? A lot of this is going to be ag or going to be like, really kind of short order delivery stuff between fulfillment centers and stuff like that as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a very fair assumption. Like I said here, I'm biased living in this area, but you see all the different construction vehicles and construction work that goes on in this area, and you have someone who couldn't go over the border from, D.C. to Maryland or Maryland to Virginia. So I imagine ag, construction kind of industries that require your CDL, but aren't necessarily your long haul or long delivery industries. But again, we're looking at it from, and I think there probably is some, the truth to this. What we've heard all along is these companies say we can't get these kids early, and so they go find another industry and they're doing something else. So again, if you're opening up driving opportunities for drivers earlier on, they're getting that experience and learning how it can be a good industry and a good job to get into. It may open up other doors down the line or other opportunities down the line in a way that makes sense. So I think, ag, construction, other industries will probably make more use of this than would have if you're, again, talking about long haul, over the road, being away from home for nights at a time.
Well, and the other thing too is from your own kind of standpoint, you don't have to say this, but it's also kind of a great reminder about what you guys actually, who you speak for and what you represent. You are basically, by kind of coming out, and saying this is an interesting plan and worth talking about, what you're also saying is, guys, look, we're not purists here. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the ability of 18 to 21-year-olds to be able to sustain OTR is a very different thing than an arbitrary line on a map between two communities in two states that actually have a great deal of symbiotic interconnectedness. And you point out in the Northeast Corridor, I mean, let's face it, I mean, you can go across like 4 states in an awful hurry in the blink of an eye in certain kind of choke points and corridors as well. So it's a great way of kind of reminding people we're not, this isn't about ideology. This is about kind of where we kind of stand in regards to safety and onboarding people and training. We're not talking about just simply saying that we kind of follow arbitrary rules with arbitrary ideas. It actually clarifies your position on this even better, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Because for a long time now, we've been saying that this restriction doesn't make sense in in those types of areas where you're talking about just going over a state border. And we've said all along that there's got to be some sort of way to address this. And, finally there's a solution that's been introduced that we think does this in a smart way. So you're correct. We've never said, yes, it makes sense you can drive clear across Texas, California, wherever else, from one side of Kansas to another, but you can't drive over the state line. That doesn't make a ton of sense. But there's better ways to address it like this than some of the other solutions that we've seen introduced previously.
Well, the other solutions always are baby and bathwater solutions. Toss the whole damn thing. Let's get rid of the whole thing. Okay, Bryce Mungen joins us this morning. He's the Director of Legislative Affairs for OOIDA, which means he has to, put up with a lot of stuff on the Hill and be very, very patient and use small words to explain things very, very slowly. This is one that actually I was stunned, and I've been asking if one of these exists, and people told me it didn't, and good God almighty, somebody finally is having this conversation, which should have existed a long frickin' time ago. Is there actually going to be a congressional trucking caucus? Is that a reality?
Yes, it is. Just established right at the end of last week. We have Congressman Dave Taylor from Ohio, along with a couple other of his colleagues, established this caucus to address and discuss as a forum for discussing trucking issues. We were very pleased to see Congresswoman Hageman as well as one of the co-chairs, and it is bipartisan. We have Congressman Shamari Figures from Alabama and a couple other members on it, co-chairs, Congressman Harrigan from North Carolina, Congressman Lamalfa from California, and Congresswoman Miller from Illinois. So we're very excited about this. We're very excited to been working with a lot of these offices on issues already. And I think especially this year has shown, there are just so many issues in trucking. These issues get really complicated. They don't always get, and frankly don't often get, the attention they deserve. So I think these members saw that and saw an opportunity to set up this caucus as a way for members to learn more about trucking and hear from industry about what's going on, and frankly just be better educated on these issues, and hopefully on areas where we can find some consensus, actually move some good policy forward.
Yeah, and let's talk about what that would look like. Because, people are very familiar with the Black Congressional Caucus, the Freedom Caucus. There's a whole bunch of caucuses out there. And, by the way, those folks make news. Those folks often end up becoming policy discussions on many a talking head show, often have a little bit more weight and gravitas to them. Do you feel, this is an area I'm not familiar with, so I'm actually asking real questions.
Yeah.
I'm not being an attorney who's asking questions I know the answer to. What kind of impact, what is the long-term impact of maybe establishing this and getting its bona fides in place? What could it mean for trucking, and what could it mean for organizations like yourself in dealing with trucking on the Hill?
I think the best opportunity this will give us and other organizations is a more coordinated way to talk about issues, to educate members about issues. This is not necessarily going to be like some of these other caucuses that vote as a block or throw their political weight around to make big headlines or things like that. But having worked on Capitol Hill previously, caucuses host briefings, they circulate information, they circulate letters. So it's a really good hub, if you will, for discussing issues that are specific to industry, get more down in the weeds. And like I said before, hopefully there's areas where we can find agreement, and they can more kind of solicit member support behind the scenes, educate other members who may not be a part of the committee, part of the caucus about these issues. So I think it will be a good opportunity for communication, kind of behind the scenes advocacy. So we're really looking forward to it. Again, I think it will give us a great forum to talk about issues that are important to our members. And it's going to give other people an opportunity to talk about their issues too. It's not just OOIDA that's backing this. It's some of the other organizations that are up here on Capitol Hill. So there's, the caucus is not going to be an area of agreement on every single thing that we talk about, but it will be a good opportunity to hash these things out and really educate members that there's all these issues out there. And maybe that means demonstrating to them that there is some controversy on some of these issues. That can be really helpful too, because sometimes when you talk to offices, talk to members, they think quote unquote trucking is united on an issue, but there's a lot more going on. So even on issues like that, it will be helpful to show that there maybe is not agreement on these issues, and you might want to think twice before jumping into them.
That's the other thing too, is the fact that often there are people who have congressional offices who don't really know a lot about a policy, but they have staffers who have kind of enmeshed themselves in this. One of the things about joining something like a trucking caucus, it means that you're also kind of getting a buy-in commitment from the people who are members, that they become experts in the way that Sam Graves was, in the way that Peter DeFazio was, that it's more than just like, oh yeah, we're with you, tell us how to vote. It becomes a matter of, I love you, I support you, I got to tell you on this one, I know as much about this as you do, and I can't go with you, or maybe we can look in some different directions. It's almost like getting a buy-in from a certain number of members of Congress that they're actually going to take the time to really brief themselves and not just their staff on a particular issue. And by the way, I'm not picking on members of Congress here either, Bryce. You know what I'm saying, is that they have so many issues to deal with that they've often got to job stuff out to staffers as well in regards to constituent services. But these people, whoever they are, whoever decides to choose, is pretty much signaling they want a crash course, pun intended, on how all of this stuff works and functions on a daily basis. And it does mean that other counterparties are going to be a part of that conversation, but it brings things together and they can make recommendations to their allies on the Hill, in particular, who will see them as experts on the topic. Is there anybody who's not on that committee that a caucus that you would love to be a part of it, that you're trying to say, hey, maybe you should go check out those guys over there?
I got to think about that a little more. Obviously, we'd like as many members to get on this caucus as possible. I think, it would really benefit freshman members, members who have not been in Congress for as long, because like you just described, it will be a go-to opportunity for us and for other associations when they want to get their message out, or who's that group of members who will be more receptive or at least want to learn more about what we're saying. So I think it's especially helpful for members that do not have the experience. Obviously, most don't have it in the industry, but even if they haven't been in Congress as long, they don't realize when they start talking about, just going to pick truck size weight, you're wading into a whole mess of different interests if you're going to start talking about that issue. So for members who don't know as much, it's a great opportunity to get involved and get educated.
And by the way, would it be worth the time of our listeners and your members to contact their own individual representatives and say, hey, man, I didn't see your name on this. Maybe you might want to reach out and be a part of this as well. Is that something you guys are encouraging?
Absolutely. There's a range of, is this an easy ask or a tough ask? You're calling off and say, hey, can you co-sponsor this bill or vote this way? That might be a tough ask. But if you call up your member of Congress and say, hey, there's a caucus that's going to help you get educated on these issues, you should join up to learn more. That should be a pretty straightforward ask. And frankly, if lawmakers are hearing from their constituents that this is something they're interested in, that should be something that tells them, I want to get involved in this so I can help better serve them. So yes, that would be what kind of some of the low-hanging fruit for members of Congress if they're looking to get involved and be responsive to their constituents, especially constituents who are truckers.
By the way, I do have access to Troy Carter, who is the U.S. representative from this particular district. Do not think for a moment after this show is over with I won't be reaching out to him. Strengthening training standards is one of the things. I want to kind of pivot here in the time that we have left. So one of the things you're really going to be pushing for at the Congressional Trucking Caucus is, along with improving truck parking, what a shocker, and ensuring qualified drivers get behind the wheel. Let's talk about your efforts right now, because I will tell you it's one of my favorite topics. We have a segment every week about it in regards to raising the standards of training. This is a moment that you guys finally have said, hey, man, you want to improve things out here? You're concerned about all this safety stuff? Let's focus on the training schools. What are you guys doing right now to make sure that your voices are heard, and how do you want them heard if it's translated into genuine action at the legislative and administrative level?
Yeah, right now we are working hard to try and secure a minimum of 30 hours behind the wheel for entry-level driver training standards. As we know, that was left on the cutting room floor for the original rulemaking, even though it was endorsed by a overwhelming majority of the group that put those recommendations together. But we feel now is a great time to be pushing for this, with so much focus on driver training. When you're talking about, especially English language proficiency, there's just been so much interest in that issue. What we've been following up with these offices who have shown an interest in this is saying it's great, and it's obviously we very much support work and strengthening English language proficiency standards, but that's only a small part of this puzzle. That's going to address one issue, but there's a lot more that needs to be done. So we think right now is a good time. We think members are more receptive to this idea that we need to be strengthening training standards for everyone across the board on all different aspects of trucking. So this 30 hours behind the wheel minimum is a great place to start. We had very good conversations, and I think you saw it was Senator Tom Cotton and Congressman Andy Barr sent a letter a little bit back to FMCSA urging them to crack down on CDL mills and also urge them to take a hard look at minimum hours behind the wheel for training. And then after that, we saw FMCSA with their announcement that they were removing some providers and some trainers from the registry. So we're seeing some action and just around this whole issue of strengthening training. So we think, again, now is a good time and we have a good opportunity to make progress on this minimum hours behind the wheel.
The other thing I really was very happy about with the CDL crackdown was giving people 30 days, because I have made this point before. There's some places out there, there's some family businesses that do a terrific job of taking care and diligence in the men and women they put behind the wheel. They need to get their back ends in order a little bit and get their paperwork cleaned up in regards to how they kind of handle what I call the administrative side of it. And I felt that the 30 days was enough to kind of signal to those people, look, we're not looking to put you out of business. You do a great job in your wrecker yard or wherever you do it. You take diligence, but we've just got to make sure that there's a certain kind of presentation and certain things that kind of get taken care of from an administrative standpoint. So it wasn't just draconian of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, which was really, really cool. I don't know if you heard this story, by the way. The Indiana State Police uncovered a large number of safety issues during an inspection of one particular driver. He uncovered 17 violations, including no registration and the extreme unsafe condition of the truck. He received a ticket for the violations and was pretty much told, that's it, game over with. And one of the things that Scott Grenerth, who was just on the show, was talking about was that there are places out there that are still advertising to get your CDL in 24 hours. Let that land. Now, it doesn't mean one day, but it does mean literally, I mean, just do the breakup on that, guys. That's 3 8-hour days and you're done. I mean, that's absurd. In regards to what is kind of getting by here. And this is a real attempt at kind of getting the low-hanging fruit. But there's a lot more work to be done even when the 30 hours is established as the minimum, correct?
Absolutely, yes. You know, that 30-hour minimum will help. I think that having the 30-hour minimum will help, too. We'll cut out some of these schools that are operating on 24 hours or 48 hours or a weekend or a week or whatever they're advertising. So that will be another way to strengthen standards, but another tool to weed out these insufficient training providers. And I think, too, getting back to what you just kind of talked about with FMCSA giving some notice, we're very happy that FMCSA is finally taking action on this, but our frustration has been that it's taken this long to have action. So, you wait, you don't do anything, and all of a sudden it's like 1,000 or however many providers are going to be delisted. So that's going to happen when you don't do anything for such a long time. So our hope would be moving forward that there's a more consistent enforcement of this so that you're not just wiping out a large chunk or being forced to wipe out a large chunk all at once. Do this in a way that you're kind of doing it all along.
Prevents them from getting in the first place. The other thing the 30 days was for, it's an old policeman's trick, which is if you walk away from what you're doing right now, no harm, no foul. We'd rather not chase everybody all over the place, so we're giving you an exit ramp. Get out while the getting's good, and that makes a big difference. I know that many people, especially over in your neck of the woods, would have loved to have seen a truck driver end up the head of the OOIDA. But you know what? Sometimes a guy who actually believes in enforcement is the next best thing to being there. So you guys must be very pleased with Mr. Bars, correct?
So far, yeah. So far, we've been very pleased with what Director Bars has done at FMCSA. You look at the action on. Some of it predates him a little bit, but especially more recent action on the non-domiciled CDLs, the action on the training providers. And I think there obviously we would have loved to see someone with driving experience to head head FMCSA, but we do think for the first time in a long time we have someone there who is interested and genuinely interested in hearing from drivers, hearing from truckers, wants to have regulations that make sense, wants to have enforcement that makes sense. And so far as at least I think we've seen, he's doing what he can to make sure that he can hear from truckers, hear from drivers, and do within FMCSA's powers to make those changes as quickly as possible. I mean, we all know how long it takes for things to get done here, especially through the regulatory process. But looking back on this last year, this is about as quick as we've seen anything get done, at least since I've been here at OOIDA. So we've been very pleased so far, and looking forward to continue working with them. Obviously, there's a lot of other issues we still want to see them take action on, and we're not forgetting about any other issues, but have to give them credit so far with what they've been able to do.
Bryce Bungeon, of course, is the Director of Legislative Affairs over at OOIDA. He is a regular recurring character here, and I consider him a member of the reconstituted Road Gang. Thank you, Bryce. Merry Christmas to you and the happiest of holidays over the course of the next couple of weeks.
Thank you, too. Merry Christmas.
All right, guys, we'll be back on the other side. Hey, Dre, heads up. Larry Gatlin's We Should Write is currently playing on iHeart. So I couldn't figure out why we had so many folks joining us on YouTube. I now know. We'll take a look at that over the break. Lindsay Lawler is coming. Roll out the red carpet. Kill the fatted calf because she be coming round the mountain. We'll be back after these messages. The fatted calf is an absolutely Baron von Porkenstein. But you're the Countess von Slimmenstein.
Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Thursday.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Merry Christmas.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
That's kind of how I feel about the last couple of days, my friend.
Never have I ever felt that more in my bones.
I got to tell you, yesterday was one of the longest, strangest, thrilling, infuriating, frustrating, and it was like anything can happen day, except it wasn't a Tuesday. That used to be on Tuesdays on the old Mickey Mouse Club.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen day, and usually does. That's what yesterday felt like. I feel like I got to the other side of it. I've got a couple more hours of what I would call the cauldron or the gauntlet that I've got to kind of go through.
I love a good cauldron. Stir some water in there. Stir it up. See what bubbles out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, it is a double cauldron bubble. It is a rolling farago of events, and Christmas is looming up upon us. Never written. I made a joke to a friend one time. I never realized that I was being trained in college to become a professional email writer. I wrote so many emails yesterday. Wrote so many programming things yesterday, kind of kept on top of everything with all the guests we had coming. Scott Grenerth returned. Our good friends from Canada calling will not be back until next year. Scott dropped in and graciously made time for us to talk about his discussion with Eric Bars. Dean Croke, of course, was fantastic. We talked about, diners and CB culture. And then, of course, the great Bryce Mungeon was here to talk about the trucking. I didn't know there wasn't a trucking caucus on Capitol Hill. There isn't a group of congressmen until now who are dedicated solely to the interest or the concerns of people in the trucking industry. That floored me. I mean,
I think you could use the word stupidity there. I think insanity makes sense there. It wasn't happening. I'll tell you, when we were in D.C. and I went over and saw our buddy David Cook over at the Rayburn House where he works. He works for Congressman Issa. And we went over and we toured the Capitol and met several people. But Issa's deputy came out and was talking to me for a bit. And he said, what can I do to help you, both in trucking and in music? And we exchanged a bit of a conversation. But it's a reminder right now. He gave me his card and he said, send me an email. Just let me know. So I have written something to give him. I need to send it. But it was a genuine... back to your point of that didn't exist till now. It was a genuine, like I started talking about some of the issues that we talk about here on air quite a bit from, you fill in the blank, obviously drivers, or like drivers over in the chat, or give it maybe in the chat. Say, if I'm standing before a Republican congressman and he says, how can I help you in trucking? You tell me what you would have said, and then I'll tell you later what I said. But anyway, point being, he was genuine. He had that look of like confusion, curiosity, intrigue in his eye, like, I want to know more. I need to know more. And I'm realizing in this moment, holy crap, I don't know anything about that. You know what I mean? It was a very much like, holy crap, how did we miss this kind of thing? It was fascinating.
Well, when we went to the party last year for the Manhattan Institute, and Rahan Salam, who is one of the great deep thinkers of the Republican Party, looked at us point blank and said, what can we do for you guys? And I said, parking. And they looked at me like I was from a different planet. Like they were like, well, there's parking everywhere, isn't there? And I'm like, I wasn't angry at them. I had no axe to grind. I just was like, the depth of ignorance of this country. So when Tara took the train with us, one of the things I said to you and her was, I love trains. The open countryside can be a beautiful thing. What I really love, though, is those moments when you're going through metropolitan and urban areas and you see the sausage getting made. You see the stockyards. You see all the public utilities, all the stuff that people don't want to see when they're living their lives in cities. You see the back end of stuff. It's like taking the back off of a television set. And I think there are so many people in this country who just want to get their stuff and don't want to know where it came from, unless, of course, it's a really sexy UPS guy walking up to their door, or some geek with a ton of boxes that they're trying to balance, dropping off the Amazon deliveries en masse. But I really think that so many Americans don't want to know. I think they really just want their stuff. And to some degree, I understand that. But part of me also says, shame on you. People are making this happen for you. There's a lot of people who are making this happen, and it's more than just lip service, if you know what I'm saying. It should be more than, oh, we so appreciate the truckers. No, you don't. No, you don't, because you drive terrible around them. You cut them off when you shouldn't. You act like that a truck is an extension of a person's personality. Put yourself in terrible harm's way. When you think about the number of people who rely on truck drivers to keep them safe on the road, it's mind-boggling. You and I have both been in cars with people who have been like, no idea what they're driving around could kill them in a heartbeat. So yeah, when they ask you those questions and they give you those strange, curious stares, you can't be surprised, but you've got to go on the offensive almost immediately and explain to them, dude, there's some people out there who are working their ass off for you. You need to acknowledge them.
And I did. And by the way, Trucker Bosun said, just take a 24-hour ride along with the long hauler and you'll get the picture. So that is fair. And I will end that in my speech when I send him my TED Talk via email. Speaking of talks, speaking of progress, speaking of hot stuff, I don't know if we said that, but we did now. Speaking of people who work hard and deliver to our country, Meagan Kate Nelson, who delivers us the history, the facts, but also the intrigue and the mystery and that was a handsome fellow that just wandered by me in a Western. She delivers that too. Historian, author, soon to a new book coming out this spring, which we're so excited about, are the smartest person in the room next to the other smartest person in the room, Meagan Kate Nelson. Good morning, friend.
Good morning, my friends. How are you?
We are Dan and Grandy.
Better now.
A little bit chaotic, a little bit, one step ahead of the sheriff as always. Our wheels have come off. But I got to tell you both, and I'm going to throw us both, everybody in the deep end here.
You didn't watch any of these movies?
Oh, I watched all of. I watched.
Okay.
Oh no! No! It's like there's a.
I realized we didn't really even pick which one we were doing. We had one that Megan and I had both said, so that's kind of the one I focused on. But then we can sort of dance around, sort of just the theme in general of the others, so to speak.
Well, and the other thing was some of the movies had the same title.
I'm sure we might all be talking about different movies then at some point.
Let me just throw you guys into let me throw you into the deep end here and say that one of the most shocking things that I discovered, and I discovered this years ago when Megan and I began this. I actually discovered it when I had a Western of the week. We used to do a Western of the week as a recorded kind of 3 and 4 minute drop in during the show. I was always stunned at the lack of great Westerns that had any sort of extended Christmas element to them. I was stunned. I mean, there's John Ford, John Ford has made one film that actually focuses on that, and hardly anybody else does. So Lindsay and Megan came up with a really interesting idea to kind of celebrate the Old West, but to also celebrate Christmas. Lindsay, would you care to unpack this, or would you rather Megan do it?
Well, I want Megan to do it, but what I will say, because I love that Megan and I are always trying to find ways to, of course, squeeze in that was a handsome fellow that walked by in Spurs.
A lot of handsome fellas in these movies. Go on.
It's part of it. But, this conversation as we're talking Christmas rom-coms of the West. It's ridiculous, but also there's still something in there, of course. And so that's what I want. I want Megan to pack it because these are kind of actual Westerns. I guess that can be the debate. They're not just Hallmark movies with horses, or are they? I will let everybody be the judge of that. So Megan, talk about why this even, because most of the movies we talk about around here, besides Pee-wee's Big Adventure, are pretty serious. So how does it fall in? Because modern Western still worships land, modern or old time. Mm-hmm. But when we throw in the rom-com, let's talk about the ranch, not just as the backdrop here, but let's dive deep. Why does the modern rom-com Western still call itself a Western?
Well, so the one that I focused on was A Cowboy Christmas Romance.
Same.
Which itself is an amazing title.
Yes.
And this is part, I think it's a melding of two genres, which I think is really interesting. So I think it is legitimately a Western, which we can talk about in a second. But it's also part of this pretty strong, very popular genre of Christmas movies. And these Christmas movies are almost always, they're either Hallmark Channel or Lifetime. Now Netflix is kind of getting into the game, and they're all rom-coms, right? So they are a twist on the Western in that the protagonist is always a woman. She is always riding in from out of town alone. A city girl, usually, who has, some business in this rural area. And most of these Christmas movies, they're always going to a rural area, whether it be New England or the South or the West. But what gives it this interesting Western twist is that these are almost always ranching towns. And so that's the case for A Cowboy Christmas Romance, where Lexi Crenshaw, who lives in Los Angeles and is a real estate agent, gets this job to try and convince a rancher to sell his land so she can make a big commission off it in her hometown, of course, of Tubac, Arizona. So, of course, this has all the regular tropes of rom-coms. There's, she meets the rancher, unbeknownst to the both of them, of course.
Will they, won't they, will they, won't they?
I know. So they have a little, kind of meet cute in a bar where they don't know each other's names, and then they decide not to hook up, and then they kind of realize who the other person is. So it's a kind of enemies to lovers. But I actually kind of loved it. It won me over. The only thing I didn't like about it is it wasn't particularly Christmassy. So, Jimmy, I don't know if you feel that way too, because it's Arizona. It's why didn't they set it in Montana?
By the way, I did watch A Cowboy Christmas Romance. The other one I watched that I want to kind of put in my back pocket because I saw who was in it, and I'm such a Colin Ferguson, who was the Maytag man, who was in another thing called Christmas in Montana, which falls under the same rubric, made a big difference in regards to, because that was the feeling I had. I won't lie to you guys. When I watched A Cowboy Christmas Romance, I can't escape the fact that anytime I see anything said at Christmas in New Mexico, Arizona, any place like that, I always don't feel like it feels like Christmas. And that's just a me thing. It didn't.
Well, I mean, it's you think of a Christmas movie and you think they're in this little snowy town. That, you know, I mean, that's just sort of basics. The biggest thing that stands out to me, sort of overall, that I was trying to figure out, you know, how I want to talk about emotions and philosophy in here, but is that cowboys as emotional laborers, which is, you know, it's obviously very Western, but like in the old Westerns, it's like stoic men and emotional repression. And then the rom-com Westerns, it's stoic men learning feelings by Christmas. Like, it's like, at least there's, and I don't know if that's, you just know that the rom-com, you know they're probably going to end up together, you know things are going to work out. Whereas things, quote unquote, work out in the old Westerns, but not necessarily in a fairy tale kind of way. You know what I mean? So it's a difference of repressed emotions and repressed emotions at the beginning, but we know he's going to turn around at the end. I don't know. I don't know if that's just the rom-com. That must just be rom-com, like when genres merge, perhaps. We talk a lot, Meagan, about music, about merging genres and being like, let's just throw everything out here and see what comes out and not call it country or rap or jazz or whatever. That's kind of what I feel like this was a little bit. It's like, let's throw a bunch of different themes in and see what gets spit out, I guess.
Right, exactly. And it's also, I think, family becomes an interesting mode here. Family and home and legacy, that's all tied to the land, because these are two families that are neighbors on this ranch land, and the Crenshaws are kind of initially the big bad, right? And that's something familiar from a lot of other Westerns that we've watched, like the big ranchers who are trying to eat up other people's land, like in Shane, right? I mean, they are very familiar villains, and the fact that they're the protagonists family, they're Lexi's family, and she left them 10 years before because they cut her out of the family business. And she thought it was because she was a woman. And so there's a lot of talk in this movie about how, sexist ranching is and that women don't have any roles to play. But of course, they play the major roles in rom-coms, even though we have talked a lot about how in Westerns, women often do not get anything more than a marginal role. So that was the big flip here, obviously, in this one.
A woman lead in a Western? What has happened in this world?
A big hand for the little lady is all I will say. A big hand for the little lady. I want to. There's a couple of things actually, because I don't think it's like I don't think it's just a matter of just throwing stuff up at the wall and seeing if it sticks. I think you're both on to something here that is really cool. So yesterday we had a chance to have an extended conversation about loneliness during the holiday season and the effects that it has on people, but the idea of understanding that loneliness is actually something that can actually be embraced and used for good, the idea of using that loneliness as a place of exile. So in the movies of John Ford, movies like The Searchers and She Wore a Yellow Ribbon, guys, there are Christmas scenes. I really racked my brain after you guys kind of came up with this idea. And I said, are there Westerns that actually even have Christmas scenes in them? And there are a number of John Ford movies, The Searchers and She Wore a Yellow Ribbon. What he does in those things, Lindsay, that's really cool is he always exiles these stoic men that you talked about from the celebration. Not so much in She Wore a Yellow Ribbon as he does in The Searchers, where Ethan is always on the outside looking in. What is cool about these movies and what charmed me, even though I thought that A Cowboy Christmas Romance didn't have as much Christmas as I would like, but Christmas in Montana as well, what charmed me about them was it's as if the rom-com shows up and says, there's no reason why that dude has to be outside. Let's go get this guy inside here and get him involved in Christmas. And the other really cool thing was, in the case of A Cowboy Christmas Romance, Lexi is the one who's the exile. And in some ways, they have to reconcile the wounding they've done to her and bring her in. And of course, it's the stoic man in her life, Kobe. It's Kobe, right? I got that right? It's Kobe.
Yeah.
They have Kobe. I'm not sure if I hate you or love you both for making me actually do a deep read on a cowboy Christmas romance. But they're both exiles. She's been exiled from her family, and he's been exiled from the community. And in some ways, their reconciliation, their coming together, reconciles them to the larger community and brings them in. Because so much about Christmas, if you think about it, right down to the early symbolism of it, of this lonely family in this barn in a manger who somehow make makeshift reality. The reality of it isn't important. The story of it is important. That all these people come together in the same way, and It's a Wonderful Life. Remember, they transformed that broken down old home into a really lovely place for their honeymoon. There's something going on here that's about, let's bring people together and relieve them of their loneliness for this time of year. That was what I thought was so charming.
Was that, no, I mean, you're right, Jim, and I wonder, is that, because I guess to tie in the loneliness and the emotional, and then Meagan, your take, it's really that, to me, in this, by throwing Christmas in, even though there's not a lot of Christmas in this, it's that Christmas becomes the socially acceptable excuse for emotional vulnerability almost. Yep. It's like, because Christmas, just because we threw it in there, now we see, even if he doesn't go back to it, we don't know what happens in the future. We don't have to know. We just know that Christmas gave him the space to, or them, to everybody, to lean into that emotional side. And then maybe, January 5th happens and we're all back to our regular lives per usual in the world. But it's that moment, right, that allows it in, as opposed to, I don't know, do you think there's other places like this, Meagan, in the old Westerns that would do that? Because for the little that I know about the old Westerns, or just the West in general, it's everybody dies and the man has to keep moving forward anyway. And so that's very different. There's no place to pause and have time for a lot of reflection besides the campfire.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's no violence and there's no death in these kinds of movies, right? I mean, there's a threat. I mean, the young girl who, Lexi really sees herself in and who everyone rallies around goes after her favorite calf during a storm, and they have to go find her, and that's what brings them all together ultimately. And so that kind of, I think we've seen that kind of rescue of a child before, that brings people together, but it's very much about family and home. And I think the holidays, especially Christmas and also Thanksgiving, I love how you put that, Lindsay, that this is a mechanism for people to actually be emotionally available to one another and to express themselves and express their love for one another. And what I appreciated about this movie is that, she was on the outs with her family, especially the older brother who sort of took over the business but was commercializing everything and running the ranch as a dude ranch, and it was all kind of weird and fake. And she had really good ideas for the business before. But she has a better relationship with her younger brother, but is, on the outs with her father. And I think people are feeling, I mean, I know this has happened in my own family, a lot of exile from their own relatives right now, because there have been in the last 10 years, a lot of stresses, people fight about politics. There was the pandemic, which separated everyone. Yeah. You literally could not get close. Even to family members. And so I kind of liked that it had that resonance also. What do you do if you've had this historic kind of exile or loneliness, as you were saying, Jimmy? How do you get past that? And, in this kind of movie, it happens very quickly and very easily. but and it's a little more complicated, I think, in people's real lives. But I think that was an interesting component of it to me. And I also liked that she, at the end, doesn't have that kind of, often at the end of these movies, the woman gets absorbed into the space that's dominated by men, right? And they're just like, I want to come home and I want to kind of live this traditional life and be on the land also. But she kind of takes over because she's the one with the business sense. And so she ends up at the end running both businesses, basically.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
doesn't. She
exactly.
doesn't have a lesson to learn. I mean, there are lessons that she learns. She does have an arc of character, but this isn't what I would call one of those little movies where we seem to be empowering the female only to be reconciling her to her traditional roles. It's the exact opposite thing. Is that it is about everybody else around her. It's interesting because Kobe actually sees her, I think, to some degree for what she is, but it's everybody else around her kind of awakening. I think what he does for her is he allows her to realize that there's a way to do a reconciliation here, but it needs to be a reconciliation that values and affirms her worth. And that's what's really kind of neat about it as well. You make a good point. She's not absorbed as much as she is kind of integrated, which is a very different thing because the absorption says is a role to play, you will play this role. It's like, nope, this isn't working. The only reason this can work is if you step in and save the day. She's the hero. She's a genuine hero.
And what she does when you say this isn't working, how many times do we see females just in general in the real world step in and be like, everything that seems to be going fine, and then we step in and we're like, what are you guys doing? Like, that's what I felt like in this. And it reminded me actually of the movie Sweet Home Alabama a little bit in a sense that, Reese leaves her small town where they do Civil War reenactments. She goes up to New York. She becomes a fashion designer. She comes back and falls back in love with the love of her life and realizes, oh, I missed this all along. So what, to me, in this movie, she steps in, Lexi, she sees the West differently, and she forces the quote-unquote cowboy to articulate why that matters. Like, she's the mirror that makes the West explain itself a little bit. So it's not like she's here to conquer, although, yes, wanting to do the big real estate deal, but she's not here to conquer the West. She's really there to learn why everyone refuses to leave it, kind of. And that's growth and expansion for both people, for both the people that are there that maybe don't see its value and need to be reminded it by having to retell it, and somebody who's left and thinks she's so much better LA and comes back and is like, oh, the roots really can be my roots and also expand me. So I think she forces everyone, including herself, to evolve. Just my take.
Yeah. And by the way, Meagan, the joke I make is all of these things are like Yellowstone without murderous intent and happy endings.
That's right. Without anyone having to go to the railroad station.
off the cliff you go. No, I mean, and by the way, Lindsay made such a good point, and it kind of really couples with, we had Neil Fisher on a couple of weeks ago to talk about the Ultimate Christmas Movie Trivia book, and he talks about that as well. I think Lindsay's spot on right, that Christmas provides a mechanism to allow everybody watching this thing to be a sap. If it was just a regular Lifetime for Women sort of movie, it would be unwatchable. But I think Christmas opens our heart, as Lindsay has pointed out. It gives us the excuse to be goofballs, not just romantic,
to be human,
to be idiots in the best possible way, to kind of like,
let's go get our asses kicked for love. What is the line from Love Actually?
Let's go get the shit kicked out of us
for love. Yeah. Meagan, Kate, have you seen Love Actually?
Oh, yes, many times.
Is it a Western? No, I'm just kidding. It's a Western set in England.
Slightest. Not in the slightest.
I know. Okay.
I'm actually going through all the plots and being like, are any of these Westerns? It isn't a single one. It is as urban a Christmas movie as you possibly could imagine. It's the exact opposite.
Yeah.
By the way, though, I'm going to say it again. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. It's also a Western. He has to get home for the holidays, and he's got to fight through savage lands to get back home and reconcile out of exile with the family. That's it. That's my comment on that.
Meagan, tell us this. Talk to us about this. How can we make... for all your work and all your expertise and research, what can we take thematically? We talked about this kind of around Thanksgiving, but what can we take thematically or traditionally from the West that worked and incorporate it into our today, my today Christmas? What could I do? I just have a small, just going to be probably my parents, Seamus and I, and my daughter. That's lovely. That's a perfect amount. What can I do to make our Christmas a little bit Western worthy without murdering everybody, without my family getting attacked and us all dying of some bad disease and Indians? Anyway, no, what can we do to incorporate that's positive?
Yeah. Well, I think that is, family and home I think those are the major themes, right? And they're the major themes in a lot of Western movies. Like, people are always on the move trying to keep their family together, trying to find family, trying to establish a home, right? And also to defend that home. You know, if we think about all the indigenous peoples in Westerns, you know, the conflict arises there because they are trying to protect their families and their home, right? So I think that that's part of it, and sort of really thinking about, and I know I, you know, could hear you guys talking about the essential kind of work that truckers and other logistics people do during these couple of weeks, right? And, you know, my cousin works at an Amazon warehouse, and it's just like insane right now. And he walks like 10 miles a day or more in that warehouse, you know, and this is the work that people do to make family and home happen, and to acknowledge that and recognize the networks that help us. Because I think a lot of us sort of think, oh, we're just on our own isolated islands. You know, we're all just on our own kind of mini ranches, and we don't have anything to do with the outside world. But we are connected, right, through all of these different kinds of networks to people all over the nation, and to people working in a variety of fields and helping us do what we want to do. So I would say, yeah, just that focus on kind of family and relationships and all that is good about that, but then also how we're connected to other families and other individuals.
Meagan, I am not going to let you end it there, as beautiful as that was. I'm going to make you stick around for just a little bit longer because we have a creative leap of faith.
Can you? She might
I'm
go
just
do
doing it
a
too.
I can.
I'm going to do it.
I can.
I want to pontificate with you too. I have a big picture hypothetical for you guys, two creatives here that are also very practical and rooted in history and research. But I want to expand your brains here. I want to play What If.
Exciting.
We'll be right back, guys. By the way, go to truckdown.com, get out of that ditch, and back on the road.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/Radio Nemo and keep the mission moving forward.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Meagan Kate Nelson decided to stick around a little bit longer because
you
maniac,
were rudely told her she had to.
Yeah, and Well, I did it because that way you get to be. See, that's how it is, Lindsay. You get to be crazy, kooky, and fun, and I get to be a first-class prick.
I love it.
Well,
I apologize for both of you.
Well, and by the way,
poor Dre has to hide behind the curtain. See, I don't know these people.
There's a lot. Actually, poor Dre had to close the curtains. I had so much sunlight pouring in my face, I thought I was on the road to Damascus. Good God Almighty! I've seen the light, and it is Meagan, Kate Nelson, and Lindsay Lawler. Lindsay, go on.
It's bright.
Good morning. No, I was just okay. So this is what I was contemplating this morning. Completely hypothetically, of course. No reason that this was on my brain, as I'm sure you're aware. So to both of you, and this, by the way, could what's happening? Sorry. Oh.
In my building.
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
Do you need to run?
No, I don't think.
Do we need to?
Sometimes they do.
Do you need to run check it out?
Sorry. No. They usually do this. Sometimes it's a test.
Meagan, what we will do is.
Tell them they're very rude and they need to get their priorities straight.
Yeah, they got to get their stuff together. We actually went to a restaurant in Washington, D.C. where the alarm went off for 15 minutes, and it was this voice that kept going, please evacuate the building and wait for the fire marshals to arrive. But they didn't make us leave. It was very strange.
Then all the waiters are like, I'm sure it's fine. We're like, listen, listen, Steve, 17-year-old Steve who's bringing out croutons. How do you know we okay? I'm just saying.
Faith, Hope, and Steve, Lindsay. Faith, Hope, and Steve.
Croutons.
Lindsay.
Why he was carrying croutons out, I don't know.
Go on.
If you knew, okay, Meagan, you're a writer, you're a historian, you're a smarty McSmarterpants, but also clearly a creative and have an entrepreneurial spirit because you're out there on your own, floating through life, making shit happen. Jim, same thing, writer, historian. I mean, it's like rooted in fact and experience, but also that creative mind that's always rolling. So that being said, and I will equate truck drivers in this too, in a sense that we talk, Meagan, so much about how truck drivers have really become, or we're hoping they continue to feel more empowered, that they are an entrepreneur behind that wheel. Like they're not just, not just working for a company, driving, delivering the stuff. There's so much more to it. Should you let your mind go there and expand all the things I could do with it? Okay, all that being said, if you knew that whatever your goal is, and everybody listen, fill in the blank of what your dream, not goal, I'm going to say what your dream, what your vision for your life would look like and feel like. And I'm a firm believer that if we can sort of fantasize the feeling of, hey, if I got everything I wanted, what would that feel like? And just kind of sit in that feeling. And that's almost, to me, more important than figuring out, okay, how do I get it done? It's like, understand what you want it to feel like, and then slowly take these steps. And Meagan, I'll start with you. If you knew that it was going to be 5 or 10 years ahead of you of somewhat hell, emotionally, spiritually, whatever, just like, I know that it's like there's a crystal ball telling you all this life that you've created, Meagan, of writing these books and being able to go to, go sit in the arena, so to speak, and research and write and live your dream life. That will happen. However, you've got 10 years ahead of you of absolute hell. Would you still do it?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and this may just be because I was raised a Lutheran. And basically, and I'm like 75. I'm 75% German, and so that I was always raised with the ethic that the pain comes before the reward.
Yeah.
Do the stuff you don't want to do first, so then you can do the stuff you want to do. And there are a lot of people that don't think that way. Like, there are a lot of writers who are like, I'm going to get up and I'm going to devote the first 3 hours of my day to writing, and then I'll get to the other stuff that I absolutely have to do. And I am incapable of doing that. Like, I have to get the other stuff off my desk that I really don't want to do or I have to do, or, the things on my to-do list.
Same.
And then I can focus on the good stuff. So that's usually, and I would much rather, like, back in the day, before my knees were blown, when I was a runner, I always loved hills because you would work hard to get up it, but then there's the downhill.
Yeah.
Right? I would much rather do that than just run on a flat surface for miles, right? So you have a moment of difficulty and then you get the reward. And I think that's always been kind of the way that I've operated. And so, yeah, I would absolutely, I would see that as completely normal, that to get what you want, you have to have those moments of not maybe getting what you want or not being particularly happy at the moment, because you have to keep striving. Right?
Yeah. No, I love that. I love that you look at it as obviously that's been my whole life. We do everything. And I'm with you. And Jim, I would ask your take next, but I'm with you. And I had this sort of epiphany the other night because I was realizing that a lot of days I will try to schedule my day to be like, okay, I know I have to get Frey on the bus in the morning, then I have to do the radio show, and then I've got X amount of hours after that before I get Frey off the bus. And so I try to lay out a schedule for the day and like how I'm going to do everything, all the buckets, right, of the things I have to do, things I want to do, the creative stuff. And I realize I blow it. The minute I look at it to be like, okay, what am I doing next? I blow it. And I had the epiphany I had the other night was I'm like you, Meagan. I will do all the other things I have to do, and therefore the things I want to do come last. Now, I'm really good at multitasking in my life in general. Like, I get everything done I need to get done, and then some. I handle the personal and the professional and the social calendars in my house. I'm good at. I'm a high-functioning procrastinator. But what I noticed, I was like, oh man, if I were to map and I'm curious how you would work, Jim. If I were to map my life out indifferently, not be like, okay, I write from 11 to 1, or I write from 11 to, like, I realized, no, I need to be like, Monday is author Lindsay, and I just write all day. Because then when I wake up, I know what role I'm stepping into. Tuesday is CEO Lindsay, who goes and works on partnerships or whatever, fill in the blank. Wednesday is work on creative expansion, whatever it is. I'm like, oh, that would change how I work. And then maybe that's a different take on what they started with the question, but it gets us back to your point, Meagan, it being like, if I'm going to do the hard work to get to the vision, there are steps to take. I'll figure out how that relates after Jim speaks here to trucking, but I think it's an interesting way that when we get debilitated because we say, I'm not doing it that way that society says I'm supposed to do it, and I haven't done it that way for so long, it must mean that's not how my brain works. Let me take a step back and figure out how I can set myself up for success. But I am with you, Meagan. If I knew it was going to work out on the other side, I would do it. I can't imagine committing to 10 years knowing it. But the funny thing is we realize, oh, I've been doing it, the quote unquote hard stuff all my life. I didn't have to say, oh yes, I'm going to do it. We just do it. And then we wake up one day and realize I've been doing it all along, if that makes sense, Jim. That was a lot.
It makes perfect sense. One of the things that I have been kind of wrestling with for the last 2 years, but kind of really intensely over the last month and really over the top the last 2.5 weeks in particular, has been that you have to kind of accept failure and you have to kind of accept embarrassment. Because if you're not willing to accept those two things as a reality, then you're not willing to actually do something great. And I'm not saying that you should have to go through them. It doesn't mean that everybody always goes through them, but it does mean that those have to be reality. And you talk about the idea of a high-functioning procrastinator. That's a really good term, Lindsay, because what it means is I'm acknowledging the fact that I have, a certain level of avoidance of doing the thing, but that I'm able to kind of power through that and get to the other side of it. And I think, to answer your short-term question, which is a long-term question, which is, would I be willing to endure 5 years of absolute more kind of crawling through Shinola to get to a place where I knew everything would work out? If you could guarantee that, oh my God, kick me in the face. If you told me that I had, and I'll ask this of anybody, let's just say I came to you and said, there is a 15-page document that you must fill out every single day to absolute perfection, and it isn't like difficult, it's just mind-numbing, and they told you at the end of that year they would give you $5 million, would you do it?
Hell yeah.
And of course, the answer is yes. And of course, the answer is yes. But in essence, change the paradigm and say that's exactly what you're being asked to do. If you were given the guarantee of success, of anybody that wouldn't take that deal really is so risk averse and is so pain averse that they probably should seek out therapy immediately if they wouldn't be willing to do it. The thing is, though, is that what I've been kind of coming to terms with is the fact that you have to assume the answer is no, and you have to assume you will look like a fool. Because if you assume those two things and yet you are still willing to go on and move towards the things you desire, there is a better chance that you will get there and a better chance that you will avoid failure and embarrassment. Too many people, I think, hide behind the idea of, I will let the universe work this out, which is just the most highest form of procrastination there is. The idea that, well, the universe told me.
You can have a healthy dose of that as long as you've got a healthier dose of action.
Well, that's exactly it.
They have to meet in the middle.
That's exactly it, Lindsay. The idea that it's like, I will take all the actions that I think I can take within the scope of my abilities, and if it doesn't work out, that's what the universe was meant to be. But it's very, very different to do nothing and say, I always just find to take a step back and things tend to work themselves out. That's a lot of emotional and intellectual calisthenics and acrobatics to try to get to a place where you justify doing nothing.
At what point, though, do you because you said you have to be willing to be made a fool, or how did you put it? Be willing to look like a fool. Yeah, whatever. But at what point, I'll ask you this, Meagan, at what point do you, especially taking that first step, writing that first book and realizing, I don't know if anyone's ever going to read this. This could be a year, however much of my life, and nothing comes of it. That's looking a fool. That's what I think when I go make an album. I'm like, if no one ever hears this, is that a year of my life down the drain? I don't know, maybe, whatever. And you have to like throw that out the window and not care. So at what point do you think you step into, okay, I've done enough, I've seen enough, I trust myself enough that I won't look like a fool anymore. Whatever I do, even if it doesn't quote unquote work, it's still strategic at some point. So Meagan, at what point were you, or did you ever even have that in your head? We've all looked like fools in our career, or we wouldn't still be going, I think, in the same line. Yeah. So at what point do you step into, I will no longer look like a fool. Even if it doesn't work, I'll just realize that was part of it actually working, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no. I pretty early on in my kind of career as a historian, I decided that as much as I could, to the best of my ability, I would not make any decision based on fear. Mm-hmm. That it had to be a decision based on opportunity, on, ambition, on something else. But that if I made a decision based on fear, that was going to be a really, really bad decision. Mm. And so, sometimes I just I'm a compartmentalizer, and I think, Lindsay, it sounds like you are too. And so I would just be like, okay, I'm just going to pretend that I am not afraid, and I'm just going to go and do things. Because there's always an option of failure, right? Nobody knows how anything is going to go, and especially in the world of book publishing, no one has any idea. Mm-hmm. A book could hit in 1 year, and it would never hit in any other year, or they could have all sorts of expectations for a book and it doesn't do as well. And, there are very real, for me, kind of making a living and working as a writer who gets paid to write. I pitched before, I think I told you guys last month that I did sell my next project, which is about Civil War Texas. But it took me 6 months, and there were 5 failed pitches before that one. And 4 of them failed with my agent, who basically, I researched them and I wrote up proposals for her, and she said no. And then the 5th one, she said yes, but then the editor said no. So, and this is just what happens. And I think Jimmy, you're totally right. I think the people who actually succeed in life and whatever you want to do are people who can take that failure and learn from it. Mm-hmm. And not, so, sort of like all the best athletes, I think, especially when you look at football players, I always think the best athletes are the ones who have that immense physical talent, but also the ability to forget what just happened.
And a massive chip, and a massive chip on their shoulder. I want you to think about this. Think about
That's called a concussion.
All right.
Oh no, sorry.
Yeah. We don't want that.
But
we don't want.
But think about Drew Brees, think about Tom Brady, and think about Aaron Rodgers. I mean, and Brady, of course, is the greatest example. You're not worth a 6th-round draft pick. I mean, eventually gets taken in the 6th round, and only ascends to his position because Drew Bledsoe gets knocked 6 ways into Sunday, an immensely gifted first-rate quarterback there. Drew Brees is pretty much told, we're going to draft Phillip Rivers instead, and we're going to put you out on the field when you're in the middle of a contract renegotiation in a meaningless game, and we're going to shatter your arm. And Aaron Rodgers sits there on that first day of the draft and is told by everybody, there's a lot of teams out there that need a quarterback really, really badly, and we're not taking you. And he gets taken by a team that already has one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play in the NFL. The level of chip on your shoulder you have to make it through what I call the high-stakes, high-country world is immeasurable. You have to have a complete and utter faith in yourself while simultaneously knowing that you are going to get slammed to the ground by 300-pound men that can run a 40 in 4.6. Do you know what it feels? I mean, I'm telling you guys, having been hit once in my life by somebody like that, do you know what it feels like when a 6'2", 245-pound running back who runs a 4.4 runs into you? You feel like you turn into the human speed bump. And the first thought that occurred to me, Lindsay, after that happened was there are people who do this every day for a living.
Oh, yeah.
Every day.
Many, many times a day. Yeah. And so to literally be able to get up off the ground and like shake it off, and then like go back into the huddle and run another play. I mean, that's, to be able to just have the kind of, it's a bit of a strength of mind. And then it's also just like, okay, I'm just going to go, they didn't like that book proposal. I'll go find another one,
Yeah.
But, by the end of that whole process, I was getting pretty fatigued, and I was like, I might have to take a break from this for a little while because I don't know what anybody wants anymore. This is not particularly helpful. But yeah, I mean, the failure is always going to happen. Like
failure is real.
Assume it. The failure is real.
And what's interesting too with the sports analogy, with the football analogy, because I always think when I'm watching that, when like say when the kicker misses the point that quote unquote loses the game, even though that didn't lose the game, everything leading up to that obviously
they lost the game.
Went along with it. They lost the game. But or when they like make an amazing play. And then when the defensive linemen's, there's a personal foul and it all gets negated.
Mm-hmm.
I think about that watching that with the other a guy that he's like, normally does so much great for the team, but in that moment did the thing that didn't work that made the play fail. But when you watch the team members still high five him or pat him on the butt, whatever, but you think, oh my God, they've got to be so mad at him, and he's got to, even though they got to still show support, and he's got to feel like such a failure in that moment. And still, be like, don't even high five me. I'm an idiot, stupid. But he's not. Like, you go on, and that's like to relate that to the team of people around you, even if it's not a working team. Like you, Meagan, obviously have a very supportive husband and friends, and Jim, you have supportive people around you, and I do too. And it's like those, you're failing in your head for yourself almost as much as them. But if you have people around you that also know you're building to something greater, then they don't care about the failures either. And they were there who keep you afloat until you get to the vision, the ultimate vision, I guess, and see it. So, I don't know. I just, the football thing really resonated for me. It's like, I just failed. And they're like, yeah, you did. And it means we all failed. And that's okay. We move on. Do we want to sit in all of our failure right now? Do we want to sit down like little boys on the football field and sit cross-legged and say, I'm not playing anymore? No, we'll get killed, literally. So we stand back up when we go to the next play together.
Yeah, well, and at least I think we should all be grateful that we have our kind of sometimes daily failures, and there aren't millions of people watching. So that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not a fully public failure is not something that I would like to experience in my life. That sort of like, and I think about that with baseball players too, that even the best of them are failing the vast majority of the time. They're not hitting the ball. They're not making it to base. they're not doing any of that, and they're doing it in front of millions of people.
Yeah, the idea that the greatest baseball hitter of all time hit the ball 4 times every 10 at bats kind of puts things in perspective there. Since we're talking football here, I'm going to break y'all's heart. It's 1988. His name is Ernest Byner. He is a running back for the Cleveland Browns in the AFC Championship game. In one of the most heartbreaking moments ever, Byner had single-handedly kept Cleveland in the game. He had 67 rushing yards and 120 receiving yards. His 67th yard at the 2-yard line, looking like he was going to walk into the end zone to tie a 38-31 thriller. Byner took a handoff, got stripped of the ball by Jeremiah Castle, and the Broncos recovered and sealed their victory. It was one of the best games he ever had, and without him in that game, Cleveland isn't even sniffing tying the ball game. And at the 2-yard line, he did that and broke hearts all across Cleveland. They still love him over there, but it's a great reminder that sometimes you're having the best day of your life, and one moment in time can take it all away from you. And all you can do is do what Lindsay just talked about, which is pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and get back to work. And Lindsay, you said something earlier that I wanted to kind of address, the idea of, I thought you were going in the direction of, if you're willing to take the embarrassment and the failure, at what point is that enough embarrassment and a failure for the rest of your life?
I started to, and then I didn't.
Yeah, and I think it's a good point too, though. There has to be a point where you have to understand: am I engaged in a cost fallacy exercise? And that's a different thing than giving up, and a different thing. It's when you kind of say, I don't know.
Am I now being reckless with my life? There's a difference.
Yeah. Am I not being honest in the fact that, and that's where the talk that Meagan, Lindsay and I talk a lot about what we call shifting the dream, the end of Bull Durham being one of my favorite moments. I will never be a major leaguer, but everybody that knows me knows I will be one hell of a manager in the major leagues. And I should begin to shift my dream. I love baseball. I don't just love swinging the bat. I love baseball. And am I willing to shift my dream, to let my dreams take me, maybe as not so much a Hall of Fame baseball player or an everyday major leaguer, but maybe the guy who sits on a bench eating sunflower seeds and knowing that Annie is in the stadium rooting for every pitching change I make. And there's something about that, too. I think, Lindsay, at some point, you have to ask yourself the question, what am I doing here? And what is it that I really love? And how can I have the thing that I love as opposed to the specific example of the thing that I love? Maybe I'm not a great author. Maybe I'm a terrific editor. Maybe I'm not a good solo artist. Maybe I need a band. And I can go on. And by the way, those aren't examples for Lindsay and I. I'm just kind of, those are our grounding kind of points. But those are the kind of moments where you have to decide, why am I in this thing? And does this help me get to a place where I love the world I walk into for work and for life on a daily basis? That's the tough call. That's the genuine tough call, as opposed to, I quit. I didn't get exactly what I wanted at exactly the moment I got it. That's a very different thing than, I have played this out and I've played with honor. Sometimes there is honor even in defeat, and sometimes you just have to say, I'm not going to get that second ring. I'm going to retire and call it a day. It's been a good career. That's kind of, I don't want to bring things down, because there's a kind of grace. I mean, you've seen Bull Durham, right, Meagan?
Oh, yeah.
Is it a Western?
It's got Kevin Costner in it.
Southern. So there's that.
It's got Kevin, and it's got the Durham Bulls. They are trying to basically round up bulls. But there is that at the end. It's a sad ending, but it is such a graceful ending, full of so much hope and possibility. When he says, "Do you think I'd be a good manager in the show?"
Yeah, well, and what I like to think about, so when Dan and I went on vacation in Chile before the pandemic, and our guide was telling us that in that country, they don't call what we call retirement. They don't call it that. They call it the third age.
Love that.
And I know, and I was like, that's amazing. And I think everybody actually has multiple ages, right? Like you have your first age, your second age, and that there are many paths that you can take, right? And like when I first set out with this, and when I was, trying to sell what became the Three-Cornered War, I only had one agent who was interested, and then after that, I only had one editor who was interested. And so I was really like facing this, like, well, if no one takes this, I'm not going to write it for free. So what will I go and do? And that was an interesting moment for me to kind of think about, what are my skills? What would make me happy? What would be satisfying kind of intellectually and creatively for me? And so I thought through a range of other options. And so those I kind of had already been thinking about. And luckily, the editor liked it and bought it. And now we're going to be doing the third book together is going to come out in March. And then the fourth one is the Civil War Texas book. So, it started a really good run, but there was a very real possibility that it wasn't going to happen. And I think if you can just kind of have your dreams, but also say, like, okay, well, if this doesn't work out, then what is the plan? And have that kind of flexibility, that is also a mark of success, I think, that successful people are able to to change paths and have like a third or fourth age that is maybe different from what they imagined, but also provide something new and exciting.
Sometimes better.
I just want to add this.
Better.
I wish we had more time because I would talk about the humility and grace of both Andre Agassi and Paul Bear Bryant, the great football coach, and the decisions that they made later on to make a decision that changed their lives for the better because they had the humility to go to somebody else and say, what I'm doing is not working. Always seek out mentors and voices that you trust to tell you where you should go next. They may point you in the right direction because they know your dream. And that's such an important thing. That's a whole other conversation for a whole other day.
Meagan, can you stay for 9 more hours today? We love you so much, Meagan Kate Nelson. You can find out more about this glorious human who we adore so much over at MeaganKateNelson.com. She's also, of course, over on Instagram. It's Meagan Kate Nelson as well. Just go to MeaganKateNelson.com. Find out about what she has coming up. Read the previous books that she has. And The Westerners, Myth-Making and Belonging on the American Frontier. Oh, you can pre-order it now on that website. It's a great gift to give somebody preemptively in their stocking, perhaps. Meagan Kate, we love you. Merry Christmas, friend.
Love you guys. Merry Christmas.
Coming up next, speaking of Christmas, we are talking about the Santa Claus Museum, guys. Don't go away.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We can and we are. This is the final live hour of the most fantastic live show you can get in the trucking world or lifestyle world. This is Road Gang Radio live from the Fast Sports Studios with your hosts, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
I didn't do it.
Your Honor. Every one of these letters is addressed to Santa Claus. The post office has delivered them. Therefore, the post office, a branch of the federal government, recognizes this man, Kris Kringle, to be the one and only Santa Claus. And the judge responds by saying, since the United States government declares this man to be Santa Claus, this court will not dispute it. Case dismissed. One of the emotional high points of that wonderful movie, Miracle on 34th Street, that scene is only topped by the little Dutch girl who waits in line to talk to Santa, only to discover that he can speak Dutch as well. Merry Christmas to everybody out there as we head towards the silly season. And I like calling it silly because it gives us permission to be silly, to be romantics, to be festive, to believe in things that we normally would not believe in the middle of July. We believe in America in July, but it's just a wonderful time of year to be a goofball in the service of goodness. Good morning to you, Lindsay Lawler.
And good morning to you. I love this time of year more and more lately. I had a real, it's funny, plot twist. I was so against the stinking elf on the shelf, said I'd never do it. Yeah, of course. And I've seen, it has brought a lot of joy in my house. But what I will say, it's funny, Jim, my husband Seamus sent me the funniest video, and we laugh about it every single night when we're moving the elf on the shelf, because we don't, by the end of the night, we do not have the bandwidth to get creative and do what some of these people do. But I love the people that go crazy with the elf on the shelf. But he sent me a video, and it's like, it's the elf on the shelf, and he's like part of this whole like construction setup they've done. It's like, my name is Marcus Aurelius, and I will conquer all. And he's like in popcorn in the microwave, everything's set up in the house. And then you cut to, it says the elf on the shelf at my house, and says it's an elf just sitting on the garland. It says, my name is Jeff. And that's ours. My name's Jeff. My name's Jeff. So every time at night when Seamus and I move it and just like put it on a different shelf, we're like, my name's Jeff.
My name's Jeff.
My name's Jeff. But it brings us so much joy, and so much joy when she runs out in the morning and says, is Ellie here? Did she move? Did she move? And then we run around to try to find it in the morning. It's brought me so much joy. I'm happier this Christmas than ever, which is pretty ironic. Jim, our next guest, do we have her? Is she ready? Is she here?
Are we good to go, Phone Master Dre? We are.
Yes, I'm ready.
Yay! Patricia, Pat, oh, guys. Okay, so Pat Cook is joining us. This is one of those conversations, guys, that will make you believe in humanity again. Pat, she is, first of all, 94 years young, and she is the chief elf at the Santa Claus Museum in Santa Claus, Indiana. Yes, that is a real sentence that I just said, guys. She has spent over 5 decades helping build what many of us grew up knowing as Holiday World and Splash and Safari. She coordinates now volunteers who answer 20 to 30,000 letters to Santa every single year.
Holy moly.
And by the way, at the age of 70, she went back and earned her master's degree in pastoral ministry. Her mission now, guys, is preserving the history and magic of Christmas. And honestly, if you ever wondered what a life fully lived looks like, it is this next beautiful, wonderful human guest soul. Pat Cook, welcome to the show. We are beyond joyous and happy to have you, and looking forward to this magical conversation. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here and share the happiness and joy. There are about 10 people in the room joining, and it usually gets pretty noisy, and that's good because I want them to have fun while they're writing these letters to all our wonderful children, helping Santa. You know,
Yeah,
Santa's so busy right now. He's trying to get that sleigh ready and talking to children, and he comes by and checks to see if we're getting these letters out.
Good.
But we have to help him, and that's our job. So we're happy to do that. It makes us happy every single day.
Beautiful.
Along with responding to all those letters, there's so much to do over at the Santa Claus Museum and Village, and we've actually talked with you before, but I was kind of curious if you could kind of lay out for people what the Santa Claus Museum and Village is, whose dream it was to originally get it going, and why you guys think that it's so important to keeping the spirit of Christmas alive across the country.
Oh, my goodness, yes. I was at Holiday World for 52 years, loved every moment of it, and it became a time for that to be passed on in the family. And I'm one of these German women that had to have something to do. So since I'm 94, at that time I was younger, I thought, I know what? people don't know so much of the history. They don't know why the town was named Santa Claus. They don't know how Christmas Lake Village got started, how Holiday World got started. And I thought I really took that as my job or the mission that I should try to help keep that history. It's very important, I think. If we don't know where we came from, we don't know where we're going. And the people who came before us are ones who laid the foundation, like my father, like the first postmaster here who answered letters, all those people. So I decided my degree is nursing and ministry. I really didn't know anything about museums, but I'm stubborn enough that I thought I could do it. So I immediately asked if we could use part of a building as a museum to have different exhibits, if I want to say, about Santa Claus, about the post office at Santa Claus Land, which was the forerunner of Holiday World. So got that part of a big warehouse and started. No, first we started at the where the shopping area is, a very small area. And it was very small. Also had a corner where we helped Santa answer letters, but it was way too small. So that's when I asked if we could have part of this warehouse that is on the same property as this large 22-foot Santa statue that was built in 1935. It is magnificent. Every night when I walk out of here and see that spotlight on him, he's beautiful. He was built in 1935, so he's 4 years younger than me. He's holding up very well, and I am too. Anyway, I also decided that along with the building that houses the artifacts, the documents, the history, that I should get some of the older buildings. So Holiday World Santa Claus Land had a dollhouse, and it was the original post office building. So I said, I'd like to have that at the museum campus. It's a historic building. It was built in 1856, and that's when the town got its name. And I'd like to tell you the story about how the town got its name.
Please.
But anyway, on the campus, we have this historic building, the first post office building. And then we also have the first church, which was built in 1880, but chartered in 1853. So I suppose the people met together somewhere and worshiped together. There was a circuit rider, pastor that came through and did services. So we have the historic church, the historic post office, and the building with all the artifacts in it. And we now have a well that used by the statue. There was always a wishing well. We made a new one. And we just keep adding things and making it more historical with all the things we can bring in. People give things to me constantly, so we really don't have enough room, but we're trying hard to keep up with everything. But at Christmas time, it's all about the letters. And the letters come in, last year, 22 foreign countries. Wow. And most of those are written in English, I will say. Very good English, a very good grammar. And this time I have had foreign exchange students to help. My daughter can do Spanish, I can do German, but they write them in English, so we just put a greeting in their native tongue, but send them a letter in English. The ones from Russia, we're getting letters, but they're not delivered to the children in Russia, so that's very sad. But China, Japan, we get letters from. The other night, Netherlands, Morocco, France, Germany, all over. And then, of course, all the domestic ones from the United States. So today we're in really chaotic mode because we want to get them out. It takes a long time for these letters to be delivered, and we hope that Santa can get them there before Christmas, but they may not all get there before Christmas. I understand that. So we have wonderful volunteers, and they come in and spend their time. The postage is covered up by donations, and we just manage to pay for it. It's very expensive, and the international ones, of course, cost more.
Miss Pat,
So
Lindsay's dying to ask you a question, and she's too polite. But I'm what you call a rude Irishman, and she's got a question.
Well, I'm dying to ask her like 1,000 questions. But the first thing that comes to mind, Pat, what I'm so intrigued by, you know so much of the history, of course, but you are also the chief elf. So you can hear the elf helpers behind you writing the letters. I'm so curious. I have a 7-year-old, Pat. And this is the first year we did Elf on the Shelf. I said I wouldn't do it, and it brought so much magic into our house. But I'm curious how you are able to. There's so much both history behind Christmas and Santa Claus, and also then there's the magic side of Christmas and Santa Claus. How do you balance the two when it comes to children being around you? Whether that's the children that you get letters from, the children that come into your life, the children in your own family, people around you. How do you balance the history and structure of Christmas and Santa Claus with also the magic, and knowing that sometimes we grow up, we hope that we don't. We hope we can always keep the magic, but there's got to be some way to coexist between those two worlds. Is that right? Do you consciously navigate that?
Yes. Oh, yes. It is magic. It really is magic, and it's also real. And Santa Claus is real. There's no doubt in my mind. And when we get that question, how long do you live? How old are you? My answer is always Santa Claus lives forever, which is very, very true. And the person Santa Claus is a spirit. It's the spirit that we have at Christmas time, and the spirit that Nicholas, the first Santa Claus, brought to us to give, to help people. And it isn't hard. We've had magic in this museum project. We have a document that tells us when our town was named Santa Claus. And for many years, I looked at it, and there's a lot of story about it, but I won't tell the whole story. But the magic part is that a postmaster from Fulda, a neighboring town, asked that this town get the post office. And his name was Nicolaus Fisher. Now, I don't make that up. It's true. And how did that happen, that a man named Nicolaus asked and named this place Santa Claus? That's magic, right?
Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable.
And we have a beautiful, beautiful Fontanini nativity scene in our historic post office that was donated by a person that found it and said it needed to be here, which I'm so grateful for. The man who started that business of doing those creches was named Emmanuel Fontanini. Once again, magic, Emmanuel for this nativity scene. And so it really is magic. And the magic to me is the belief of the children. We must believe. Or the sweatshirts we sell in big words say believe, It's so important to believe in yourself, to believe in other people, to believe in what you're doing, to believe in spirits, to believe in things we can't touch and feel, right? It's very important.
Absolutely. Jim, can I just say, just because she touched
She's
on
talking
this so
to
well.
you. She's talking right to you, right to your heart, Lindsay.
Well, since you mentioned, the believing, the spirit of it around it, you studied pastoral ministry later in life. I'm so curious how does that inform the way you think about Santa and service? And, also I was answering these children's letters as a kind of ministry in itself. But how does that master's that you went back and got later in life, you were already embodying this work before that. How does that specific degree go back and inform the way you think about Santa and service today?
I am definitely aware and know that we are put on this earth to serve. Mm-hmm. And that's the rent we pay for a living. Mm-hmm. And we are rewarded over and over and over for thinking of others. Mm-hmm. My father embodied that. I had the best mentor. He was asked to be Santa on a ship in World War I when he was 19 years old. And he did it. And I have a picture of that terrible uniform, terrible sword, a beard, and 19 years old. And the children around him looking at him just awestruck. And he said, and it's in a book I wrote, I made a vow to God that if I lived through the war, I would do this to bring joy to children. He came home 14 years later and became Santa Claus for 52 years. and served, learned how to make children happy, served veterans, just was one of those people that gave. And I saw that. I saw the happiness it brings. You're rewarded over and over and over. And of course, Christianity says that. I mean, I think the most important servant was Jesus Christ, and that's who we should emulate, being humble. And no, we're not that important, but we're here to serve others.
By the way, I want to put Pat in perspective for you. Miss Pat arrives on the scene here. When she got that master's degree, Lindsay, George Bush was president, to kind of put things in perspective. And as you heard, her dad actually was Santa Claus on a ship as well at the age of 19, and then made a promise that he would continue that tradition if he survived the war. There are so many stories, I don't even know where to begin. You did make mention, I want to actually take you back to it, of the history of that statue, which you told me, you just told Lindsay and I, that you wanted to make sure that you kind of covered that base as well. Tell us about that beautiful statue of Santa that is a part of the landscape that you live in these days.
That statue of Santa was built in 1935 by Carl Barrett. And he had come on the property wanting to bring some tourism, some way meaning for people to come visit the town. He was going to build a park. And that was in 1935. I have pictures of the dedication of that statue. And then another man came, Milton Harris, and he built the Candy Castle. And that really was it was more a business. It was sending out candy in a Santa Claus and in a sleigh. And both of those places, the statue is still here and the Candy Castle is still here. And they were both built in 1935. And, you know, we're working to become something bigger. And then the war came along. And after the war came along, of course, at 41, I was 10 years old. And everything quit here. Everything got closed down. The war effort was the most important thing. People went off to Evansville to work in the shipyard and in one of the where they made the B-29s. And so these places were abandoned. This area where I am by the statue, and it was grown up in weeds, and it was really bad. It was recovered after the war, and the statue is concrete. It was advertised as being granite, but it's concrete. The foundation was crumbling. We had to replace that. And so it still stands there since 1935. And it is just, at night, it is lit up with a spotlight, and it just makes it's wonderful. People say I should move from this property. It's not big enough. We don't have enough room for parking, but I won't abandon him. He's in the right spot.
The Santa Claus Museum and Village is a not-for-profit museum striving to preserve the history of the town of Santa Claus, Indiana. The Santa Claus Museum and Village are open throughout the year with varying hours. If you Google the museum or check out the website or their Facebook page, you can find their open hours. You can call 812-544-2434. By the way, guys, for those of you out there, it is located on 69 North State Route 245 in Santa Claus, Indiana, just south of Holiday World. And we are talking with Miss Pat of the Santa Claus Museum this morning.
Miss Pat, so these letters, I want to go back to the bigger theme of Christmas based on what you learn from these letters, because I'm sure we see different themes every year in the letters, and obviously different, based on where they're coming from, et cetera. But to that point, I want to talk about themes you see in kids' letters year after year. How have those letters changed over time? And then after you answer that, I got to know if there's one letter that I'm sure there is that you'll never forget. But before that, what are some of the themes you see in these children's letters that are different this year and that are also the same across the board over the years? Miss Pat?
Miss Pat, we lost you.
In there.
There you are. There you are.
Did you hear that question? Yeah, we got you back. Did you hear the question?
Yes, the letters have changed a great deal. We have a book called Letters to Santa Claus that is, the first letter is very humble and very sad, because a young lady named Catherine writes it for her brothers and sisters. And what they want are shoes, mittens, gloves, underwear. And she says in the book, Jimmy ain't very good, so he shouldn't get anything. And Mama's fat, and she doesn't want anything. But she names all her siblings, and then she says the others are dead, because in those days, of course, they died at birth or maybe from some disease. And that was written in 1930. That's a big contrast to today, yes. It's all about earpods and electronic things I don't even know about, and a bicycle, you know, some kind of power something, and we have to keep a catalog. I do, to know what they're talking about, because my grandchildren the youngest grandchild is 18, 17 or 18. I have 13, so it's hard to keep track. But anyway, there's a huge difference. But there's one thing that stays the same, and that is, and I think that's a miracle, that children still believe. And I really do believe they believe. Some of them are doing it just to get a gift. I understand that. But they do say that, and they can't wait for Santa to come, and they leave him coffee, cookies, and milk, and they're worried about it when getting too cold. And these letters are just amazing, and sometimes they're very funny. I have one that I've read over and over. The boy says, "The only thing I want for Christmas is for my Grammy to chill."
Oh, that's great.
And he says, the only way I can get her to chill is with Hostess cupcakes, barbecue chips, and Folgers coffee. It is so darling. I mean,
I was going to say, how do you wrap up Grammy chilling? But you just said it.
It's a care package. It's the best care package of all time. You know, it's like, you know,
exactly.
The best part of waking up is Folgers in your Santa cup.
Well, and when the volunteers come, I tell them, have fun and share your letters, because they're funny. They're sad. They're sad letters. They're letters from people that say, I'm living with my dad. Don't see my mother. There's people that say Daddy's dying of cancer. I mean, you know, we get sad letters. We get letters from people that are incarcerated wanting us to send letters. So we run the gamut of emotion. It's amazing. But the belief is still there. They're asking for the things, you know, for a while it was squishmallows. You know that? I mean, have you heard that word?
Oh, yeah. I have a 7-year-old, so I've heard that word.
Yeah, yes. And I said, what is that? So my daughter gave me one for Christmas for sure, so I got a Santa Squishmallow. But anyway, I don't worry about it, because there are an awful lot of children. It's just amazing who say, I don't need everything that I asked for. Just be sure you take care of some children that won't get anything. And that's really great that a child is thinking of that. Or please bring something for Mommy. She works so hard. You know, that's just great, isn't it? And we don't hear that part of it. So one of my favorites, I've got several, but one is a boy many years ago who said, Dear Santa, please make my dad smarter.
And by the time he's 25, Santa came through, probably.
And then one about 2 years ago in which the child wrote, I put our front door key in my envelope because we don't have a chimney, and I want to be sure you get in. So he sent the front door key in the letter.
Which probably had parents looking around the house, Miss Pat, like, where did our key go?
Yeah.
I mailed it to Santa. Great.
And the other one, it was even more interesting. One of them said, you know, Santa, if you need a little cash, you go in the front door, and to the left there's a desk in the room, and there's a little cash in that top left-hand drawer. So he was helping Santa out. So.
I love it. You know, my husband did last year, and I, by my husband, I mean Santa. My bad. My apologies. Santa now leaves tracks in our house, Pat. A whole new thing. His boot tracks. He gets our house very messy these days, Miss Pat. But it just adds to the magic. And as soon as we hang up with you, I would love for our callers to call in or chime in on the chat. The few extra things that Santa does in each person's home to make it a little crazier. But what is before we run out of time with you, what is Christmas like in your own house, Miss Pat?
Well, you know, it's different today because I have 13 grandchildren. Several are married, And it's different than when I had 5 little kids at home. And that was really, they're great memories, wonderful memories. And that was a German Christmas where the tree came on Christmas Eve, and that living room or wherever the tree was located was locked, and the gifts were in there, and the children didn't see them until Christmas morning. And that's a German custom that we carried out. And then each child came in, and got their gifts. Now it's much more quiet for me because I understand that if you're married, one year you have to go to the wife's house, or another year have to go to the husband's house, and the children come. It's sometimes just, this year I'm going to my daughter's home in Indianapolis because my daughter is going on a trip for Christmas with her family, and that's fine. That's what they want to do. So it has changed. My Christmas is mostly doing the letters and having the joy of that, and knowing, and I know that we have tried very hard, that every child that wrote a letter gets a letter back from Santa. And that's the joy, the most joy I have out of Christmas. Although, of course, I have joy from seeing all the children visiting here and that come here on the museum grounds and see Santa Claus here, because that makes me happy to see that, too. It's different. Sometimes I'm a very quiet Christmas. Sometimes a lot of people come. Sometimes only a few. So it varies. And I'm okay with that.
You can find out all about those letters to Santa, their operating hours, their upcoming events. You can visit with Mr. and Mrs. Claus. They'll roll out the welcome mat for you. Go to SantaClausMuseum.org. It is the most wonderful time of the year over there, as it is all year long in Santa Claus, Indiana. Miss Pat Cook, thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts for joining us this morning.
It's great here.
Merry Christmas, Pat.
Merry Christmas,
Merry
Pat.
Christmas to you. Thank you for calling. I hope you all have a great Christmas, and bless you. Thank you.
Back to Chief Elf. Back to work. Back to work. It's busy time. It's the busiest time of the year.
I'm thinking about all the food that I'm not going to eat. Because if I think about it too much, I will eat it.
Why would you eat it?
It's too fattening.
When does that ever stop you?
A lot of the time. If I don't get on top of this soon, Christmas will actually destroy me. What the hell?
Whatever.
There are worse things to be destroyed by than Christmas. We'll be back on the other side of this.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Seize that day and live that life. Hit that subscribe and hit that like. This is Road Gang Radio. Come join us. The phone lines are open. What are those numbers, guys?
615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. And I'm about to talk about something where I hope you will call in and give your opinion, truckers. But first, Jimmy Mack, what's happening on Trucking with OOIDA today?
Natasha Cruz Sanchez, by the way, has had a busy and prosperous year. Aside from her everyday job hauling freight like the rest of you guys, the OOIDA member has also filed a petition with the FMCSA on ELP, appeared on national television, and launched a coffee company. Our good friends Scott and Ashley are going to be catching up with Natasha to see how the world is in fact going. There's a mover and a shaker right there, and find out what the good ladies got planned for 2026. Plus, if you're not quite in the Christmas spirit yet, Angela Griffin has the cure. The pro truck driver who gained a following with her Simple Living YouTube channel has a lot of ideas for making the holidays a bit merrier, even if you're spending it on the road. That's Trucking with OOIDA, coming up immediately after Road Gang Radio.
Merry, merry, merry. So, Jim, we talk, of course, as we just did with Pat, so much about Christmas magic, the magic in Christmas. But that magic, as you know, doesn't just appear. Of course, it moves on wheels. Yeah, it doesn't. Oh, Christmas is great. It's the old joke of my husband. He every time he steps in the shower, it's magically restocked with all the supplies he needs. That's magic. Doesn't just happen, by the way, guys. As you know, as most of our audience know, this next conversation is so much about our truck drivers that it's uncanny. It moves on wheels. It shows up in stock shelving. Obviously, all the deliveries that truck drivers make. Warehouse workers working overtime so families don't notice shortages. Volunteers answering letters to Santa, as we just talked about with Miss Pat. First responders, nurses, tow operators, snowplow drivers. List, of course, goes on and on and on. And so what I want to talk about here, and hopefully our listeners will comment over in the stack or give us a call. But Jim, Christmas doesn't work without people who don't get Christmas off. And I just want to say that again. Christmas doesn't work without people who don't get Christmas off. I know you've had to work on Christmas. I've had to work on Christmas before. Not in a way, by the way, that meant I was gone from my family for a long amount of time. I maybe hopped on the air, or I've sang on Christmas. I performed on Christmas before. But it was never in a way where I didn't get to also enjoy the magic later that day or earlier before that of the magic of Christmas with people that I love. So, while we're queuing up phone lines or people talking over in the chat, Jim, is there a Christmas you worked when everyone else was home?
Yeah, I worked at Margaritaville in the French Quarter one Christmas, and it ranks among the worst Christmases I ever had. It was so ill-conceived. It was so arrogant. It wasn't Jimmy Buffett's fault. It was the jackasses that came from Key West to open up the second one. The second one that ever opened up was in the French Quarter. And and I'm going to call them what they were, a-holes, were so arrogant to believe that, we open up on Christmas in Key West. And I took the job. I wasn't complaining. But to watch their expectation of all these people showing up, which, of course, if you're Margaritaville in Key West and it's Christmas, of course people are going to show up. Christmas.
Yeah, there's no snow, there's no coziness. You can go out. You can go out in Key West.
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's the fact that it's you're also not competing with some of the great fine dining. I mean, there are restaurants in New Orleans, Lindsay, like Arnaud's and Galatoire's and Antoine's. I can go on for a while. There's about 20 restaurants in New Orleans that actually are open on Christmas Day that have extraordinary festive meals. I mean, that really make you feel at home. And Margaritaville, it was the most ill-conceived thing I've ever been a part of, because you can be open if you are a really big-time fine dining experience, and you can be open if you were like the Waffle House. You can do that too.
Yeah.
But to be what they were trying to be, it would be like Applebee's being open. They don't want to hear that, but it would be like being Applebee's or Chili's being open on a Christmas day.
Chili's is my daughter's favorite restaurant.
And by the way,
randomly,
that's
by the way.
great, but it's like, and simply offering a holiday thing, and then we'll put out a buffet thing, and people can have a buffet, and it's like not knowing anything about the city. It was and they wouldn't cut people loose. They just knew that late wave of people would show up. They knew it. If they simply opened the bar that evening and put out a little bit of a food spread for the what I call the after Christmas crowd, it would have been fine. And I didn't mind. I was making money, but I swear to God, it was the moment when I realized I'd found my lost shaker of salt and I didn't want to be there anymore.
Found it and I threw it away.
I'm like, I got it. I'm gone. It was awful. And I remember, my mom calling me that morning and wishing me a Merry Christmas and saying, can you come stop by? I'm like, no, I got to get up and go do the prep work in the kitchen. The stupidest Christmas I have ever had in my life. It just made me feel I was so close to my family, but I felt like a million miles away in this place because literally they just kept doubling down as opposed to being like, you know what, let's just call it a day early, guys. Doors are closed. Go home. Merry Christmas. They just kept on going, knowing they were right because nothing better than somebody who comes to your town and thinks they know your town. Perfect.
You don't know my town. Trucker Boson just said over in the comment that he said, I would close my convenience store from 9 p.m. on the 24th till noon on the 25th. And that, I got to get my head around that because I think about that, the grocery stores where they're open at least till noon. So like for the people that which I think is very respectful. If you wake up Christmas morning or Thanksgiving morning, whatever, and you realize I forgot to get something for the pie or for the turkey, whatever, you can still run and get it. That gives you till noon. That gives you plenty of time to get your, what together. And then it gives time for the workers to go home and still have an afternoon and an evening with family. Obviously, truck drivers are gone. Dre, have you ever worked on a Christmas where you didn't get to celebrate at all?
Ooh, yes. When I was in the catering business, and then also when I worked in a bakery, and then here and there for the family business of our hotel, because we had a laundromat that, hey, people had to do their laundry. But whenever I worked at the catering company, I was a hit or a miss. There was one year where it was nice to do it. I was with friends. I enjoyed the management that was working with me, and we catered a fantastic event where we had very joyous people. They were thankful we were there. They even said, hey, is it cool if you chill out and you hang out with us, and then after you can do your thing, or we can help you clean up? I was like, sure, yeah, okay, cool. Not going to argue with that.
Let's make it a party.
Yeah, let's make it a party. But then there was just also situations where, you got to work hard. You got to do what you got to do. You're on the clock. They're paying you darn well, but at the same time, they're not being very nice because they feel like they own you on that day. And they didn't have any regard to the fact that you're working on a holiday, that you can be with your family and friends. And it was a fact that they think money can overpower you in a situation like that. And that was a situation I was not happy to be at. And I will never go back to catering for that, one of those many reasons.
That's the thing that you don't realize, because you could make it like the money just gets the employee there on Christmas. It's the vibe that keeps them there and wants them to come back. Like the money is, of course, yes, you have to get paid. You're showing up to work on Christmas. That's the no-brainer. Then it becomes, how do we make it fun? I mean, I have a lot of friends in the hospitality world, and if they have to work on Christmas, they plan such a part. They're, employees, they make sure like, okay, at midnight you'll have a champagne toast, or we'll serve family, come in early, we'll serve family dinner for the staff, and then you go to work so you're fed before. You can find ways to make it be like, oh, my Christmas tradition is that I work. It's so easy to change the narrative and the perspective if you're right. And there's especially my friend who runs a bunch of restaurants here in town. She's like, my employees, they either work Christmas or New Year's, and they can kind of pick. And then we move the staff out to make sure it works, and they all work on Thanksgiving because it's a restaurant and Thanksgiving people are going out. But they do either early in the day or later at night. They get a family meal for the staff. Like, there's ways to do it and make it right. I don't know what the translation in trucking is. I would love to hear from anybody listening. What that is. I know a lot of drivers are like, I work on Christmas so that maybe I can have the day after off. And there's plenty of people who celebrate Christmas not on the 25th. I know a lot of people who have to do it that way. And so, I'd be interested in that translation if you guys can comment over in the chat how you feel around that. I don't know, have you heard any truck drivers, Jim, that talk about how they split it up so they still get to celebrate?
Yeah, a lot of people I know will often go home and have a Friday before Christmas, often get the week off before, and for the long period of time that we were close with Creek Carrier, the plans that they would engage in. Dean Croke has talked about what the Sikhs over in California do, the Great Diwali Festival of Lights. They'll do a swap off and allow a lot of people who celebrate Christmas to be able to drive during the Festival of Lights, and they end up taking the Christmas shifts. There are a number of companies that bend over backwards. Tim Ashoff bends over backwards. Matter of fact, I got a chance to hear him on Casey Phillips just the other day doing a segment that he spent the better part of 10 years with us doing, which is figuring out how to actually make all that happen. And there are companies that bend over backwards to make it happen. And in doing so, I think point out what is wrong with so many people who don't.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have calls. We have people that want to kind of jump in.
Sounds like if you want to have Christmas off, go call Tim Ashoff. Go work for Creek if you want to figure out how to make it work, make
Creek
holidays
Carrier.
work in your life. Creek Carrier, we make holidays work for you. Who we got on the phone?
Oh,
Gray?
speaking of making holidays work for them, Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty.
Bruce, good morning.
Ho, ho, ho.
What are you going to complain about, and why are you calling us that?
What'd you call me?
I ain't complaining about nothing. It's great to hear your voice, Dre.
Oh, thank you, man. Thuckertathis.
Glad to see you're back in the saddle, but not of the bike.
Yes.
Amen, brother. Getting a full face helmet from here on out.
Yes. Oh, but getting back on the bike.
Oh, yeah,
Just
never.
doing it safer. I like it.
Yep.
Yep, that's it. Let's see, Jim was talking about food, so I had to call about food.
Well, yeah.
So what did I do? What did I do on my days off? I went and paint. Of course, I went to go paint at my mother-in-law's, and she had made tamales. Homemade tamale. And let's see, the next couple of days I made some filet mignon. And my wife finished it off with cherry Danish.
Come on, cherry Danish. Is that like a puff pastry of sort?
Oh, yeah.
That was it. Yes. She just had the recipe and made it, and I was like, oh, these are good.
Come on.
Well, cherry Danish is the truth, brother. Cherry Danish, if it's made right, if you were to remove the cherries, the rest of it should be able to float and go airborne. If it's made right, it's got that perfect mixture of absolutely light pastry and the cherries give it its ballast.
Also, by the way, all three things he mentioned are worse. It sounds like separate meals, separate days or whatever, but they go together really well. Like if I could have a tamale appetizer and then a steak dinner and then a cherry Danish afterward,
You're in the high
I could
country.
die a happy honey.
You're in the high country. That's
Come on.
Most definitely.
What kind of tamale? Now, is your wife, you said your mother-in-law made them. Is your mother-in-law Latin?
Pork. No, she's Mexican.
She's Mexican.
Nice.
Okay. What kind of tamales? Are we pork, you said?
Yes, they were pork. I know one year, and I don't know how she does it because she makes them by herself. And we went over there to help one time just to kind of learn the process. It's a process. I don't know how she does it by herself because that's why you need a bunch of ladies doing it because it's a process. You get them all done. But, man, she'll sit there and make dozens and dozens and dozens. I'm like, Mom, I don't know how you do it.
I don't know. How does she do it?
A lot of practice with the masa.
I got to tell you, those little tamales, by when people make those as appetizers, you made me think of this, Lindsay. It's one of those things where I've got to know what the main event is meal-wise, because if I get those little ones as like an appetizer before a major meal, I've got to be really careful because I just start popping that in my mouth. This doesn't really cost me a lot of calories. This doesn't cost me a lot of calories. And then it begins to build up like crazy after that. I'm a big fan of tamales. Big fan of tamale appetizers.
Now, my wife, I don't know where she gets this from, but she eats them with ketchup.
A what?
She eats too much what?
She eats them with ketchup.
Oh, with ketchup. Where does that come from? Where does that come from?
Who
heard that? I do too.
I looked it up as Southern, like, okay, so she got me kind of started on it. I don't always do that. Most of the time, no, but she says, yeah, it's a little different taste.
I got that from my dad, Bruce Almighty, puts ketchup on everything. I put ketchup on eggs because of my dad. Certainly like sausage and anything meat related, but he will put ketchup on top of his pizza. I guess that sort of makes sense. That's not too crazy because it's tomato sauce. He'll put it on top of his chili. like anything. He will go to the fanciest restaurant, rarely, but if he does, and ask for ketchup, no matter what. He can be at a truck stop or a fine dining restaurant. If there's not ketchup served there, he will leave the premises or pull it out of his boot. So, one of the two.
I'm glad you said boot.
And when I started to make the filet mignon, and I'd already cooked them up, my wife says, "What sides did you make?" I said, "Sides?" I said, "I had mine with the side of eggs." It was still kind of, brunch time.
Nicely done. Nicely done. By the way, are you a steak and egg fan, Lindsay? I am such a big fan of steak and eggs. I can't get enough of them.
Oh, you know what? Yes and no. I don't want it just like steak on a plate and eggs on a plate, but what I do like is like a steak and egg burrito. Now make it Tex-Mex and I'm in. So if I could do some steak and eggs and cheese and guacamole and some pico, refried beans, yes, let's go.
Like if you can give me if you can give me prime rib and eggs, I am totally there with a little bit of horseradish on the side. I'm in a small portion of heaven. My friend, we have got to get to our next call. We love you, Bruce Almighty, and you keep on fighting the good fight out there.
Nothing you can do about it.
Nothing you can do about it.
Damn right.
We love y'all.
Thank you, brother. Who do we got next in the Merry Christmas crowd?
Oh, well, let's go from cheerful to Marshall. Hey, Marshall. Hey, how's
Marshall,
it going?
what's going on?
Hey.
He's a cheerful guy.
Smoking cigars.
What am I, the Grinch who stole Christmas or something here?
You get it.
I work every holiday, even my birthday, so it's just another day of the week for me.
But my question though is that by choice? Because you're far enough along in your career where you do make some, you can choose a little better. So you wouldn't, I don't know, it's a question. Do you have to work on all those or do you choose to?
It's strictly my choice.
Okay.
Also, I use this as a preference, but it's not necessarily true. I'm hoping that younger drivers who have families with little kids can get home because I work. They didn't need to. But I would say this to drivers who are going home. Consider your dispatchers and companies. You have no earthly idea what a logistics hassle it is to get everybody home when they want to be home. It is a total nightmare. Dispatchers, companies, they're literally pulling their hair out trying to get everybody home that needs to be home for the holiday. So, cut them a little slack. Also, since I'm here and I've been trying to get through to you guys between the phone problems and then the trip to Washington, D.C., I wanted to give the report on my reaches across America.
So exciting. Thank you.
It was a very moving experience from the very get-go. And I'm sorry about that. I forgot to turn my girlfriend off.
I look forward to you turning her back on, by the way. I look forward to you turning her back on. Go on.
Oh, Lindsay, you don't know how I do it, though. So.
Go on.
I know where all her buttons are. So, anyhow.
Too easy. Too easy.
Yes, you set me up perfectly.
I know. You're welcome.
Right from the very get-go, it's a totally non-trucking type of experience. Number one, because everyone is grateful to see you. They're all sticking their duke out, wanting to shake your hand and thank you and tell you how much they appreciate what you're doing. So that, it's none of this, just put it over there and we'll get to you when we get to stuff. A little confusion on my tour because the girl that set it up for my company, she didn't realize how fast I maneuver. And I was getting to all of my stops a day early. So they really weren't quite prepared for me at several of them. And they didn't have all the help they planned. I did one stop. It was actually at a Catholic church. I can't remember the name of the little town now. And none of their help was available. Just one lady who was, I don't know, she was younger than me, but she was an older woman and stuff. And I looked at where we were going to have to carry him and everything, and I didn't want to make her work that hard. So I just backed right up in the driveway to the garage door so she didn't have to carry him too far. I had to carry him in the truck to the back of the trailer and stuff. So there is some physical work involved in doing this, but it was very rewarding. And then I was extremely surprised to find out when I was at Garden City, Kansas, that one was right at the cemetery. Had lots of help at that one because they brought all the city employees out to do it, so probably had too much help there. It was kind of crowded in the trailer. But I was the first driver, she said, that had ever asked to place a wreath on a grave, which I was kind of blown back on that no one had ever wanted to do that. So they did that with me, and that was very moving. So the whole experience was great. I also got goodie bags at most of the places, which I wasn't expecting. And the one, I don't know if I told you guys this or not, the one was covered in glitter.
Yes.
So I looked like Candy Bass for about 2 or 3 days because I had glitter everywhere in the truck.
Glitter Grandpa.
Yeah, so I kind of looked like I'd been hanging out at the exotic dancer bar the night before.
And you hadn't even in at least 2 days.
No. Well, actually, I don't go to those places. Not because I don't enjoy them. I'm not good at window shopping. If I can't take it home with me, I'm not in the mood to look at it. So.
Ooh, then I want to go shopping with you sometime.
There you
Noted.
go. The window shopping's not for me. So, but anyhow, it was great. I'm doing it again next year. So,
great.
Hopefully my coordinator will let people know that I'm going to be there when I say I'm going to be there. So, did 14 stops. So, I crisscrossed all over Kansas and stuff. You know, a couple of the stops I was sad at because they were like, one was the VFW Hall, the other one was a American Legion Hall. In both places, they only had 1 or 2 people there to help me because they don't have that many members anymore. In fact, the Legion Hall said, I don't know how much longer we're going to keep it open because the new guys coming back from Afghanistan and all that, and Iraq are not joining the Legion Hall. So their memberships were dwindling. So that was a little sad. But it was very rewarding. And like I say, I'm going to do it again next year. So that's my report. There's pictures. My Facebook page, by the way, is public. There are pictures if you scroll back down now because it was last week. And there are pictures of the places I went to in there and stuff, you know. A couple of them really nice, and one was at a farmhouse, and all the farm kids were out there to help. So that was nice. And then the other one was a family, and he had all of his kids out there, you know, ranging from ages 6 to 14 or 15. So that was also nice to get the people involved. So that's my Reese Across America report. Hope it worked for everybody.
Well, and I'd say, Jim, probably the best compliment Reese could get, and I know you will take this information back to them, is to know that somebody wants to do it again, whether that be somebody laying a wreath, somebody driving a truck. If you loved it so much you want to do, or you saw the value in it so much that you do it again the following year, that's and perhaps also tell somebody else about it, which Marshall just did, and then I'd say that's a successful year for Reese Across America.
I would say so as well.
I will say one more thing. If you guys are on Interstate 35 up here in Iowa, be careful. It's hurricane force wind. I don't have a very heavy load on, and it's knocking me around like a beach ball. So be careful out here.
Way to go, Marshall. Thank you. Bruce Almighty jumped in to let you know that he's proud of you, and we all are as well, Marshall. Thank you both for the update and for moving the mission forward. Really appreciate you, brother.
All right. Take care, everybody. I'll see you down the road.
You too. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas.
Christmas
comes on 18... Oh, never mind.
Christmas comes on 18 wheels. Yep,
Merry
there you go. By the way, tomorrow, Road Gang Radio continues. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? This afternoon is going to be really, really interesting. Our friends from J.J. Keller are going to show up on the show early. And one of the fellas from J.J. Keller is going to be here. And, of course, that means Josh Lovin. That's right. You say Lovin', but it's spelled Lovan, but it's said like McLovin. And Terry, of course, is going to be stopping in for 1313 Mockingbird Toys. He and I will be talking about what Christmas means over there at 1313 Mockingbird Toys. And then Lindsay arrives on the scene to talk with Craig Kringle of Weird Christmas.
Gonna get weird.
Weird Christmas, by the way, is pretty darn terrific. Craig has been on the show before. He is on again. If you check out his stuff over on IG, FB, Blue Sky, Tumblr, Mastodon, you will find him on weirdchristmas.com. It is some pretty creepy and weird stuff. And then I'm really excited, by the way, along with Tara Garris being here for Breaker Back Talk, Joanna Sokol, who is an ambulance driver who I'm dying for you to meet, because the last time she was on, we didn't get a chance to dig completely into her book. It is as crazy and as gonzo a book about, well, basically working as an EMT. It's nutso stuff. And then we're going to close it out with country and Western music news. What are you going to be doing for it, Lindsay? What you got for country and Western music news?
I have no idea. No, that's not true. We're talking a little bit about how some different... Well, first of all, we're doing it because on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
I am going to talk to you a little bit tomorrow about Morgan Wallen, how he celebrates Christmas and his favorite movie, but we will expand on the conversation. It'll be interesting. I'll just tell you that. It's always fun to bring him into the conversation, and you know that it's not going to be serious. I'll put it that way. And how some different other country, I hate the word stars, country singers are celebrating their Christmas. Some cool Christmas specials you can watch. Also, actually, what's going to be happening from New Year's Eve live here from Music City. Some really cool performers there. So it's going to be a very festive country and Western music news. And during country and Western music tomorrow, 100% will be taking your call. Maybe we have a surprise pop-up co-host on it. I don't know.
I'm excited. The possibilities are endless. Who knows what's going to happen? But Joanna Sokol, Craig Kringle, Terry Taylor, the fellow from J.J. Kara, Josh Lovin, and, of course, Lindsay Lawler's Country and Western Music News with Touchdown Turtle Terrapin joining us as well on the scene. It's a great full lineup the Friday before Christmas at Road Gang Radio. Coming up next, you know what it is, right, Lindsay?
Trucking with OOIDA happens over here every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Today's Thursday, so it only makes sense that they would be on.
They'll be talking about, some really amazing women who are going to get you in the Christmas spirit for what they've got planned coming up. All kinds of groovy stuff. Can't wait. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. I love this song, too.
Move it. Have a good day, Joe J. and everybody.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
The Allen Lund Company wishes the owner-operators driving across this great country happy holidays.
Trucking with OOIDA. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
How you doing, Scott?
I'm doing just great, getting in the Christmas spirit.
Me too. Are you all ready?
I'm as ready as I'm going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, got everything picked out, everything
Getting
wrapped.
there. Getting
Everything's
there.
under the tree.
Wrapped. Baking's next on the list.
Nope, not doing that.
You don't bake?
Well, we do a little baking. We make some cookies the night before Christmas Eve to give to
Nice.
Santa, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Santa's got to get us cookies, so.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What did you ever leave anything unique for Santa growing up?
Nah, it's cookies and milk
I
and
always loved
carrots for the reindeer.
Pizza.
Pizza.
Yeah.
You
My
love
husband thought
pizza.
that was weird. Yeah, because we always had pizza on Christmas Eve.
You like when you were a kid.
Yeah, when I was a kid.
You love pizza.
For Santa.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, hey, that's fine. It's a
Anyway.
tradition.
It is a tradition. And one of our guests, we are going to talk about all things Christmas coming up, Angela Griffin. We've had her on the show before.
Yeah.
She has a YouTube channel and gives lots of great advice, especially this time of year, which can be kind of hard, especially if you're out on the road. But she had lots of great advice, especially when it comes to cooking. This gal sounds like she could whip up a good meal in the cab. So we're going to talk to her about that. That's coming up a little later in the show.
And great videos also on her
Yes.
YouTube channel,
Simple
Simple
Livin'.
Livin'. So go check that out when you've got some time to do that. We're also speaking with somebody else we've spoken with before, Natasha Cruz Sanchez. You might remember her, the OOIDA member, for having that English language proficiency petition to FMCSA, asking that they make that an endorsement. She has gotten a lot of attention for that, appearing on national television, talking about the petition. She's also started a coffee company. She's also hauling freight, as she always does. So lots to talk to her about as well. And let's do it. Natasha Cruz Sanchez is up right now.
Natasha Cruz Sanchez, we've had you on before, and we're very excited to have you on again. How's it going?
Thank you so much for having me again. It has been a long ride. A lot of attention has been going towards the petition. I think more attention than I was expecting. But I'm just rolling with the punches in a positive way and hoping that I can keep sharing the message that is intended to be shared with the petition.
You mentioned the petition. Can you kind of give our listeners who aren't sure what that is or haven't been following you just what that is and what you've been up to this past year?
Yes. So back in April this year, the FMCSA decided to place out of service truck drivers who were not proficient in English language. That's one of the requirements to be a truck driver. This law exists since 1936. However, I was not agreeing with the way they were doing it. They were pulling truck drivers at the weigh station. So I decided to come up with an idea in which we could potentially take a test that can verify that we know English, because it is a better way instead of taking a test at the weigh station. And that has got a lot of national attention. It started with landline media, and then it moved into other articles online to the point that got far to Fox Noticias and also Newsman. So from a petition that I thought it was simple, it got to landline media. I think you guys were the first ones that talked about it, if I'm not mistaken. And after that, everything kind of like exploded in a very good way. And I've been able to explain in detail about how this will look like. And I can say that I've been reading comments. You know, sometimes you shouldn't do that, but I do. And at first, people were a little negative towards it. But when time was passing by and people actually saw all the problems that we have in the trucking industry, because this is like an iceberg. We only see the tip, right? But when we are exposing all these problems, people were actually supporting of the petition because we understand, well, at least the people that I read online, they were able to understand that the problem is deeper and that more training and education will guarantee safety that we lack and that we definitely need.
It sounds like the reception overall, and it sounds like you were kind of surprised by just how much attention it got. What surprised you, I guess, most about that? Was it just that, you know, people felt so strongly about this, or what kind of stood out to you?
I think it was everything. You know, I'm the type of person that I never do anything expecting anything in return. If I think something is the right thing to do, I will just do it. And then I remember when, I'm going to say the name, when George Connor called me, he was like, hey, Fox Noticias, just reach out. And I always have something to say because I'm not shy. And I'm like, Fox? I'm like, stuttering, right? I was shocked. And I'm like, you know what? this is a pretty big platform. And I was very nervous. And he was the one that trained me how to, speak whenever somebody asks you a question, how to speak in media. But to me, it was not just about the petition anymore. It was a personal challenge. I was breaking the ice about something that I never done before. It's not the same speaking on a podcast, on a radio, that you have the chance to, if you make a mistake, to, say it again, record it again. Millions of people were going to listen to what I had to say. And I don't take that lightly. To me, that's a huge responsibility. So I was very proud of myself and thankful to have George to be able to support me, because George is awesome. And if he's listening to this, I hope that, he knows how valuable he has been in this progress for me and process as well.
I think you kind of alluded to this, but you never imagined when you did this petition that it would grow to what it is today, right?
Not at all. Not at all. And I think, it got so much attention that I see members of Congress doing bills that reflect my work. So the message definitely was sent out and people are listening. And on the other hand, I do have to say, Secretary Duffy has been doing a great job. I think that for many years, people just ignore truckers. That's just how it is, right? Like, it's not until they need good and I see that the problems that we can cause on the road that people get attention. And that's something that I always criticize about, I will say, agencies in overall. Like, why do we have to wait for tragedies to occur? So the fact that, he has been very proactive towards this issue, it's something that, regardless of to who you identify with, this is, to me, is not a political issue anymore. It's a safety issue.
Have you heard from, and again, this petition, you filed it a few months ago, I think, right? Back in September
August.
or August? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard from anybody at the DOT or anybody at FMCSA about this idea? I mean, I'm sure that they've heard about your petition at this point. Have you heard from anybody out there?
Not yet. The only thing that I got via email is when they were going to publish it in regulations.gov. And I know that there's going to be some process, like a time, and people can comment and things like that. But as far as getting a direct answer, like, hey, we want to talk to you or have a meeting, not yet.
You mentioned some of the, I think your advice at the beginning about not reading the comments, I think is very good advice. I would recommend if anybody can avoid the comment section, that's just my personal opinion on it. But I know you were getting a lot of positive feedback. Mm-hmm. You also got some, less positive feedback, I think, from people maybe who didn't understand what you're trying to do. Are you engaging with those people? And, what are you kind of telling them to offset their concerns about what you're asking FMCSA to do?
Right. So when the written articles came out, there's no way for me to talk. It's just somebody reading a piece of words. So the comments were a little negative. So I'm not going to engage into every single comment that I read. So when I got the opportunity to be on podcasts or radio or TV, I was able to talk like right now about it. And I remember when I went to Newsmax and talked about it, I read the comments on YouTube. I was surprised. People were actually very happy. And I think it's that people hear the word endorsement or test and they freak out. But they don't understand that maybe taking a test is good because you can prove yourself. If you're so qualified, right, you should be able to pass the test. And that way we avoid getting bias inspection, which I don't think is fair to anybody, regardless of their background, right? So when people saw that and they heard that I make the comparison between FAA, that they were expecting pilots to take an English endorsement in a 1-year transition period, people were like, well, you know what? This is something that was already implemented years ago in a different, transportation industry, but different sector. Why not? So I think the fact that people at least watch me and heard me definitely got all the energy down. And also, I noticed throughout this month, and I'm embarrassed to even say it and a little pissed off too, all the accidents that have been going on left and right, it's way too much. So that those accidents kind of prove my point. We have a problem and we need to address it. So when people see my petition and then they see the amount of accidents, they're like, oh yeah, we need to do something about it. So it's unfortunate that my point has been proven through accidents, but it's the reality that we can no longer ignore.
Do you feel like people are finally, like you said, a lot of people will see this as a political issue, but like you said, it's a safety issue. Do you feel like that message is kind of getting across? And like you said, unfortunately, it's taking these accidents to do it.
I think some people see it that way, some others don't. And I think the background from the people that receive the message can make a strong opinion about it. I do have to say, and I said this in Fox Noticias, they talked about non-domicile. I know there has been going very strong, but I can say that each case and each driver is very individual. And not because you're non-domicile automatically means you're not a safe driver. Not because you're a DACA recipient means you're not a good driver. Like if we really look into what DACA is, these people didn't decide to come here as an adult. They came here as young kids. So we can say their home is here, and you have to be living in the United States consecutively, like for more than 7 years. And also you cannot have a criminal record. So the expectations or requirements for DACA recipients are very strong. So it's most likely that you're going to have good people because they want to keep their status, right? And to me, thinking that these people don't deserve to have a license, to me, is not fair. And it can be a political thing. And I think if we were a little bit more objective as a society in general, and we are like, okay, you're a DACA recipient, you're non-domicile, let's have a special process for you and show me that you're qualified to be here. Because unfortunately, we have a lot of American citizens that also engage in accidents, and they don't get the same repercussions as somebody that is an immigrant. And I feel a little bit in the middle. I have never talked about this, so I'm going to take the opportunity to mention I am an American citizen, but I'm from Puerto Rico. So I can have the immigrant experience, but in a different way, because again, Puerto Rico is being part of the United States, or case is a little bit different. So I can understand the American side, but I also can understand the immigrant side. That's why I have always worked very hard as a Latina woman, that I'm very proud to say. So I always prove myself that I can do it. But it's important to prove that when the opportunity to prove yourself is given. So taking that opportunity to prove yourself that you can do it, and where, it can be a political issue. Just give me the chance, regardless of my background. And if I can comply with your expectations, then I should be good to go.
I think it's great that you mentioned that, because you are bilingual, and I think you probably understand this issue from both sides pretty well, and you articulated that there, I think, pretty well, also in explaining, your perspective on it. From the perspective of, Spanish-speaking truck drivers, I would imagine, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I would imagine that the reaction has been a little bit different, maybe from them. What are you hearing, I suppose, from people like yourself who are bilingual, who are, from Latin America or wherever? What are they telling you? Is it different from what you're hearing from the general public at large?
Yeah. So at first, they were like, "But it's not fair. Why we have to take another test?" And then when I explain, or when they watch the news, they're like, "You know what? If I have to prove that I know and I can comply with federal regulation, I'd rather take the test and getting pulled over in a way station and not knowing what's going to happen and not make it home, not deliver my load. Maybe I don't have enough food because I was on my way to do some home time." So I think, and I have this conversation with plenty of people sometimes, truck drivers, we don't consider ourselves logistics professionals when we make logistics happen, right? So when you talk to people about, hey, you are part of the supply chain, and this inspection is disrupting the supply chain, and money is being lost, and you are getting frustrated, and everybody, right, is getting frustrated, because it's not just the driver. It might be the dispatcher, it might be the receiver, whoever. When people understand that this is disrupting the supply chain, they understand that if taking a test will protect your license, then why not, right? And on the other hand, I heard that, well, if you're born in the United States, then you should not take the test because you know the language. Well, that's wrong because data shows that 54% of Americans read below sixth grade level. So it's not just reading or talking or speaking, it's understanding. So a lot of people, they talk English every day, but they don't understand. They don't even know how to listen and to process information. So we cannot make the assumption, which can be very dangerous, that because you're born here, you fully understand the language. Or if you're born somewhere else, that you're not capable of understanding the language. So when you show data to people, people are like, wow, okay, I didn't know that. So a lot of people in my community have been supportive of it, but it has been taking some time because the first reaction was negative. But then they're like, well, you know what? I'd rather take a test at the DMV. And I said this somewhere else. When you change the setting, you change the narrative. And what I mean by that, I'm hungry, I'm tired, I need to use the restroom, and you pull me over, I'm not gonna be thinking properly. I just wanna go. But if you prepare someone to go to their local DMV and take the test, you are probably more relaxed. You can be nervous, but you know that you're going there to take a test and be done with it. So I think it really doesn't matter where you come from. Nobody wants to be surprised with a test on the side of the road when your guts are like, because you're hungry. And I think that because we barely have people into politics regarding trucking other than OOIDA, and everybody that works at OOIDA, they're truckers. You see Mr. Pugh, he was a trucker, so he gets it. So we have people that don't get it, sitting in an office, making rules and regulations about things that they have never lived. And when you don't live something, it's very hard to develop the empathy towards the community that's going to get affected by the policies that you're implementing.
Now, you've had a busy 2025. What does 2026 look like for you?
2026, well, I'm already just moved from Arizona to Houston, so I'm adjusting pretty well. Everything has been going on pretty well. I'm started back with my coffee business, so I already finally got coffee. I'm hoping to release a second coffee blend, which I'm very interested, and I can't wait for you to see the label because it's beautiful. I want to keep working in trucking advocacy. I think it's very important. And maybe the petition was just the starting point for all the things that I know I can do. I think sometimes we underestimate the power of our time and our words. When you put those together, it can be amazing. So this has been definitely a learning experience, and I want to continue advocating for truck drivers because I think people have seen reflected in me, and I got a lot of messages saying, you know what? Everything that you have said, I thought about it, but I never will be able to articulate it like you. So this whole time I've been taking training classes, developing different skills that I know I will be needing in the future. So I'm hoping to continue to do advocacy work.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
I want to ask you about the coffee, but just hearing you speak here, how many people have suggested to you running for political office or something? I'm sure you've heard it from a few people. You sound like someone who has, you care about this issue, and it seems like you are someone who cares about helping people. And I'm wondering if you've been approached about that.
Every time. I think the very first article or the second, people were like, wait, she wrote that? Because people, I don't like to go around telling people what I know or what my education is about. Like I didn't even say I had education until Newsmax, you know? And when people were like, wait, she's a nurse and she's in trucking and she's in coffee, that got people crazy about it, right? And all the messages I got, either from people that I don't know, they're like, hey, you should run for office or you should do this and you should get more involved. So the fact that they see that I can do this is honestly very flattering to me because I did it because I thought it was the right thing to do. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think the first time I spoke with you, it was about the coffee. And then Marty, who drives the Spirit here at OOIDA, had mentioned about your advocacy work. And so it's been really interesting to kind of follow your journey and be able to talk to you about it.
I'll be more than happy. You guys have given me the opportunity since the very beginning. And I think, it will be awesome.
Real quick, give us a coffee plug. Tell us about your company there. Is it, you pronounce it for me. I want to make sure we get it right.
Nakrusan.
Nakrusan.
Yeah. That's my name. Natasha Cruz Sanchez.
Yeah, I like
okay.
that. That's cool.
Now it clicks. At first I was like,
that makes more sense, right?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Since I was a little girl, I will combine letters to make new words, and that way I could remember whenever I had to take a test. That's the reason. Like if I had to remember like 10 words, I'm like, I will look at the list, take the first 2 letters, create my new word, and that way I was able to make my test. That's my cheat code,
That's
right?
smart. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So Nakrusan, it's inspired, of course, in trucking. When I was working in a coffee warehouse, I got my first truck driver who asked me to use the restroom, and that kind of changed everything. I was like, of course, like, why would I not let you use the restroom? But then I learned the issue that we have when we go to warehouses that people don't let us use the restroom. So I didn't know that saying yes and treating him like a human would change everything, because I gave him a tour, I gave him coffee to drink, coffee to go, a t-shirt, a mug, everything. He was so excited. He forgot he was getting loaded. He FaceTimed his wife and he was showing her everything. And to me, that was life-changing. And then when I become a truck driver and I see that the food options are not that great, the coffee is not that great, we just get whatever is left. And it's not fair, right? I'm like, no. So I started taking my coffee with me in the truck and sharing that on social media. So people were like, wait, you brew coffee in the truck? I'm like, yeah, don't you? So I started this thing that whenever I would find someone on the road, a truck stop or whatever, they would come to my truck and I will make them coffee. And that made me connect with people. Then I thought myself, I don't think I have to choose between one or the other. I can combine both. So I decided to have a brand that honors drivers and that also honors coffee farmers. I think these two industries, they're very similar, more than people think. And coffee farmers often don't get the recognition that they deserve or the pay, but also truck drivers. So I make the business directly with the coffee farmers. I had the opportunity to meet the coffee farmer that I worked with this year in April. So every year in different states and cities, we have the Specialty Coffee Association that they host this 3-day expo. And I went there and I met her, and she's amazing. Her name is Karina Arguello. They're brother and sister, Jose Arguello, in Chiapas, Mexico. So I worked with them, and it's high quality coffee. In order to be considered specialty, it has to be over 80 points or more in a scale of 100 points. So my coffee, it's more, I would say it tastes better because it's grown properly, and a lot of the things that people don't realize. If you don't grow your food properly, it doesn't matter how you cook it at home or how you grow it at home, it won't taste good. And I do think that drivers deserve better. So in my opinion, as you can see throughout this month, I'm not the type of person to see a problem and just complain about it. I do believe that you have to be the change that you want to see. So if I believe truckers deserve better, I'm going to do everything that is in my power to make sure that that is possible. So right now, I'm working with this truck repair shop, and they have my coffee in their office. And pretty soon I'm going to have the coffee bags available there. So I decided that I want to have my coffee in places that serve truck drivers or logistics professionals because when you're driving a semi truck, it's very hard to find a good place that has good coffee. So I want to be able to have that coffee available for my people.
Is it eventually going to be available online? Is that part of the plan?
It's available right now.
It is. Where can people go to pick up a bag?
So it will be www.nagrusan.com.
Got it. NACRUSAN, right?
Yep.
.com.
And then if people have read the OOIDA magazine, and when they did my story, there's a discount code. I'm going to share it here. So it's OOIDA 10. So you can get 10% off.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Wow.
Definitely. Love that.
That's great.
I will, Ashley and our coffee fans,
Yes,
we
we
will
love
get
it.
on there. We will get on there right after this and
Definitely.
buy a couple bags. Yeah.
For sure.
Thank you so much.
Love it.
Yeah.
Well, Natasha, it's great to talk to you again. I know it's been clearly a very busy year for you, but a great year, and you're doing a lot of great things aside from making great hot chocolate and coffee and everything. So we appreciate it. But we'd love to talk to you again in 2026. I foresee big and great things for you. So just don't forget us when you become, the next senator from Texas or something, or whatever you end up doing.
Thank you so much for having me. Year has been amazing talking to you again. Has been like a great catch up. I just feel like I'm catching up with my friend after a few months. That's how it feels to me, this conversation.
We feel the same way.
Do,
so
for sure.
You're a friend of the show. Welcome anytime, and yeah, we'll look forward to talking to you next year.
Thank you so much. Have a great day and stay safe.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Thursday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
So Christmas, of course, is right around the corner, and I'm always curious how truck drivers handle this time of year. Angela Griffin with Simple Livin' on YouTube. I know we chatted back in the summer, and a few of your Christmas videos actually popped up on my YouTube page. So I wanted to reach out to you. How's it going?
It's going well.
The
road has been good.
Where are you at today?
We are coming up from Florida, heading to Maryland, and we're currently in South Carolina.
Okay. What's weather like there?
It's actually surprisingly cold. Like, it feels like winter. Yesterday we had a surprise like snowfall on our way down. So normally I say once I leave Maryland, if I can get to around the DC, Richmond, Virginia line, then snow is out of the picture all the way down the coast. It didn't start snowing until right before Richmond, Virginia, and snowed all the way to the North Carolina line. And there was no snow in Maryland. So that was a surprise, but it was beautiful. It was fluffy, like the trees. It was that perfect, like Christmas scenery. It was so fluffy. All the trees were coated, but the roads were clear. So it was wonderful.
Well, that's got to get you in the Christmas spirit, right?
It absolutely did.
Now, you obviously truck, but you also have a YouTube page. Can you talk to me a little bit about that and what you do on there, kind of the content you put out?
Yeah, so my husband and I were both solo drivers, and about 9 years ago, we came on the road to team drive together. And we found out by team driving and living on the road and kind of doing what we were doing that there wasn't much information out there. And though we had a lot of experience in trucking, we were so lost when it came to learning the lifestyle of trucking. So we just started trial and error, trying to make the truck into a home. And so we cover what it's like to live a lifestyle inside trucking. And so how do you cook in the truck? How do you make sure you're just doing everyday things that most humans take for granted by showering or routine rhythms, exercise, all of those things. And so we teach truck drivers how they can still do all of those things, including the holidays on the road and not have to miss out on life.
And the holidays, as you know, as well as anybody, can really be a tough time of year for a lot of folks. They might be away from their family and their friends, and that can be really tough. And I assume that is something that you have been thinking about as you put these videos out as well.
Yeah, and they really come off the heel of, because like you said, many drivers and many people don't get to be with family. And because we're team drivers and the way that the system is set up, so we drive for FedEx. And so a lot of trucking is like that, where they load one day and the loads go out the next day or hours later. And so while some people in the dock and the office all get the holiday, we have worked every single holiday with FedEx throughout these 9 years. Now, sometimes we do get a holiday off when we request it, but we have been on the road for Christmas, driving on Christmas Day or for Thanksgiving Day. And after a couple of years, it did get discouraging. And I was like, I can't keep missing out. And so Scott and I were like, we got to figure out how to make this happen, and how can we have a meal or Christmas cookies or whatever it is, how can we bring that to us so we don't have to keep missing out?
You're kind of like Santa, though.
Yes. Santa is busy right now, let me tell you.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Are you busy right now? Are you things picking up a little bit out there?
Oh, yeah. Right now it's full hands on deck. It is full steam ahead for FedEx. And we're slated to do for ourselves as team drivers is 6,000 miles a week. So,
wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
The
Keeps you
lots
busy.
are full.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
How many years have you been trucking?
17 and a half.
17 and a half. How many years until you said when you first started and doing every holiday, until you finally hit a point where you're like, it's not going to change. You're still going to have to work these holidays, but to make it a little bit better as far as, embracing the season and embracing having to work. How many years did it take to do that?
So my first 8 years, I was a solo driver, and that still got a lot of holidays off. And so the first 8 years, I didn't have to miss as many holidays. But once we team drove, about 3 years in, I was just like, I cannot keep missing out. And we started doing small things. So it started out with a couple decorations in the truck, because also we are company drivers, and, it is a big branded company. And so you can't just put stuff on the outside of your truck and things. And so we wanted to be able to show people that you can do things, and we did things in our truck. So we made like a little village on the dash, and there's a cute little video of that. All of the things that I'm talking about are on the channel and whatnot. But after 3 years, we were just like, I went to the Dollar Tree because I was like, I don't know if this is going to stay on here. I don't know how it's going to ride on the dash or what the heck's going to happen. Potholes are a serious thing in the wintertime. And so I just got a piece of cardboard and glued the stuff down and put some fake snow on it, and then got some Velcro and stuck it to the dash, and it stays.
Oh, wow.
And it just adds, some joy. Like, it doesn't obstruct the window. It's just a little bit of joy that we can bring. So yeah, about 3 years in, we started doing small things like that.
Do you still have that village? Is it the same one?
I do still have that village, except
Yeah.
for we just got the best Christmas gift ever. And we just got a new semi. Our boss just got us a new truck. And so it wasn't off the assembly line yet. And so Kenworth gave us a lease truck. So we have a Kenworth T880 that is really beautiful with chrome, and it's the nicest truck we've got to personally drive as team drivers. So that was a great gift, but the dash is a lot smaller, so I'm going to have to redo my village, but that's okay. So that's on when I do my 34-hour reset this weekend, that is on the list, is to get that redone so it fits on that smaller dash.
Do you have ideas for like a new and improved village? I'm sure you've been thinking about it. Is it going to be similar to what you had before, or maybe a little bigger?
It'll probably be similar.
Yeah,
No, it'll probably be similar just because it actually reflects our home. Funny enough, we live on a mountaintop, and we also have a cute little chapel, and the village is symbolic to like our little hometown. It kind of feels like that mountaintop hallmarky town, and that really is what we get to live in when we are home. And so we like to feel like we're at home when we look at that.
Love that.
You mentioned there's a few other things that you do, and when we were emailing back and forth, you'd mentioned doing a tree hunt. Tell me more about that.
Oh my gosh, this is so funny. So that was probably the first thing we did when I got just so tired. We were coming up to Christmas, and we pulled over in a rest area, and there was a little tiny miniature pine tree, just barely like a seedling growing. So I joked with Scott, and I was like, we're going to get this tree. And he was like, you're a nut. Like, what are we going to do with that little tree? So I went and dug it up and put it in a Dr. Pepper can, because if you follow us long enough, you'll know that Scott drinks Dr. Pepper. And so I just made the little tree skirt out of a Dr. Pepper box and put the little sapling in there and stuck it to the dash. And then we just, wherever we can, because it's hard to find a sapling because you don't realize how miniature everything has to be to fit inside the semi, and especially having two people in here. And so we'll kind of hunt out for a couple days because we're on a dedicated route. We'll start to hunt out where we think we could stop to find a little sapling tree, and it really kind of just looks like a Charlie Brown tree when it's all said and done. But it's fun, and it brings such great joy.
I love that.
Something to break up the monotony a little bit too, and it gives you something to kind of look forward to.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's great.
I'm curious, how do you do your Christmas shopping? I mean, you're the one delivering, like I said, like Santa, but how are you doing it?
Well, I strategically plan, and we are loyal to one truck stop. We go to TA, and we save up all of our fuel points for months upon months. And some of the TAs, like Iowa 80, or for us on our route now is Kenley 95, which is one of the mega truck stops. And they have amazing gifts at it. So we use our fuel points and we shop at the truck stop. And so like one year we bought them, everybody, a collection of t-shirts. One year we stopped along the route, and instead of using fuel points, we stopped at different places. So like in the Carolinas, pecans are really big. Florida, oranges are big. And we gathered things from the road and took it back home to the family.
Oh, wow. That's a good idea.
Yeah, love that.
We brought the road home to them.
Have you always been like a creative person, like even like growing up with, I mean, you
Absolutely.
have great ideas.
Absolutely, yes.
That's awesome.
Can you talk about that a little bit? Because, you know, we're talking about this idea of truck drivers being, so often away from home. And again, this can be a really tough time of year for folks. What you're doing there, it's a little thing here, a little thing there to kind of bring the holidays into the cab there, and you've got little treasure hunts that you're doing as well with the tree. But for folks out there like who are thinking about this type of thing, what would you tell them about how to kind of maybe bring some joy, bring some fun into the equation to again, make these days a little bit easier if they are, in fact, away from home?
I think first it starts with the mindset and recognizing how blessed you are to be able to see America, and that we get to live in the greatest country, and the landscape is so diverse and so beautiful. And just to first start taking in the scenery from the sunrise to the sunset, and even if you're in the desert and you just get to see all of those stars in the dark night, like so many people never get to experience it. They never leave their hometown. And then building in, I love to call it micro bursts of time. And so even if you're on a 30-minute break, a your 10-hour reset. You don't have to wait to your 34-hour to then try to figure out how to get groceries and how to do that. Utilize what's in the truck stops. Utilize what's available for you. So example, this week I'm going to make a video, and it's going to be about making peanut butter cookies from stuff that you can get at the truck stop. So I filmed me going in and getting the stuff at the truck stop. So I got some peanut butter, some sugar, and some eggs. And so those 3 ingredients can make you peanut butter cookies. And I want to encourage people, they're like, well, my truck's not set up for it. Okay, I'm just a person that's full of like, there's no excuse good enough for me. Like where there is a will, there is a way. And so they have driver lounges at truck stops. They have tables, they have chairs, they have microwaves for us. Utilize what is given to us, because the industry recognizes it's hard for us. And so they provide these things for assets for us to have and as an extension of our truck. And so it's about using those things that are available to you. They have lounges, and then you could go watch movies. They have all of these things. And so use fully what's available to you. I think it kind of starts with that.
I watched the video of you making the cookies. Did you use your air fryer to do that?
I did. So I love the air fryer that I have. It is an Instapot air fryer, an oven. And so it's like a little brick, and it's like an oven and an air fryer all in one. It's kind of like the Easy Bake Oven brought to adult life.
Yes. And stuff probably tastes a little bit better coming out of the air fryer than it did from the Easy Bake Oven. Although I remember as a child enjoying those. So
Wasn't the Easy Bake, wasn't that just like a light bulb? Was that actually an oven?
I think it was just a light bulb.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
I was like thinking, like, did it really cook? I don't even remember. I never had one, so I guess I'm speaking out of school here.
I mean, you weren't missing a ton. Like this is an upgraded version.
Yeah.
It's so much better. But with this, like, I cook a full Christmas meal. Like, I've cooked a full Thanksgiving feast as well. Like, I've cooked anything and everything you can imagine in this thing. Like, I make a full pie in it.
You got me hooked. What's on the Christmas dinner recipe or the menu this year? Do you already have an idea?
I do. So we're going to do some ham, and we'll do fresh mashed potatoes. I'll do like a sweet potato casserole. So it is sweet potato, and it has like some pecans in it and some brown sugar and some butter, and then kind of bake it like that. And then we're big on farm fresh food. So we source a lot of our stuff straight from the farm. And so we'll have like farm fresh corn that I have frozen. And then we'll probably do an apple pie for dessert. And so it's about also then making sure you have the containers and all of the things. So it takes some prep. Start thinking now for then. So you may need to pick up some smaller dishes so that it's single serving or 2 serving. That way, you know, there's only so many leftovers that can fit in your tiny fridge, or before you even cook the stuff. So you got to think about how you can fit a small amount in your oven so everything's warm at the same time, or you're storing everything and there's not a ton of leftovers. So I even have a shopping guide for those of people that don't do farm fresh and they just are like, Walmart or grocery store is good enough for me. I have like a video that's like thinking outside the box. So how can you buy single serving corn? How do you buy single serving green beans? Instant mashed potatoes that you can make. You don't need to make the whole box of instant mashed potatoes. You can make like 1 serving. And so things like that.
And where are you guys, just to write this down, where are you guys going to be on Christmas Day? Because I think Ashley and I maybe need to stop by
for a meal.
Yeah, you got extras? You got some couple extra plates?
Well, so how we work is we just keep on going, and we're on a very dedicated schedule. And so we always typically get within the same places within an hour. So we've marked out some places ahead of time. So but it's on a Thursday this year, is it right? So we should be,
right.
We should be heading down the coast. So we'll probably be in Georgia.
Okay.
All right. We'll make our way there. We'll see you in Georgia on Christmas Day.
I'm curious, you are a team driver, and so you have somebody there with you. This time of year, though, and, from talking with you, you're somebody who cares about people and cares about drivers especially. What advice do you have for those truck drivers who are by themselves, going down the road? They want to be home. Like, mentally, that's got to be really taxing on a person.
Yeah, and And so one of the tough things is even though I am a team driver, there's still lots of hours where I'm separated. So there's still many nights that I still have to sleep in a bed that's moving down the highway alone. And so there's a lot of challenges that come with team driving just as much as solo driving. And so it's frustrating to be 2 feet away from a person and have no communication with them. So my biggest encouragement is, go back to the basics. One, get a CB. And the CB can keep great company. There are still people that use a CB. We have a CB. And then also say hi to the person that's fueling next to you. Like, make small talk, be friendly, and you'd be surprised how many other people are just as lonely, whether it's the cashiers or whatever. And that's one great thing, is that we are dedicated. And so oddly enough, we see the people, we shower at the same truck stops every single week. Like I said, our route is very dedicated. So I actually get to see the attendants that clean the shower or would check us out at the fuel desk or whatever. I see them more than I see my family. And so we've become friends with them. And, it starts with that. Like, we see the same faces every single week. And now we've had this same dedicated route for about 3 years. And so we've grown such close relationships with these people. They're our friends now, not just people we see at the truck stop.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
When winter strikes, stay running and stay ready with House. Diesel Treat prevents gelling, but if your fuel freezes because it's untreated, Diesel Lifeline works fast to reliquefy and de-ice. House, prevention and rescue for your diesel.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibratech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibratechtvd.com.
As Ashley was saying, we were looking through your YouTube videos and looking at all the different Christmas videos that you've got out there, and I didn't count them, but there were several over the years. And they're great because I think that they give a great snapshot of what you all are doing and, obviously showcasing your creativity along the way as well. Is there one particular video that has kind of gained more traction than another, or maybe one that you get more comments on, or people, talk to you about it maybe when you're out and about? Is there anyone that resonated or resonated with people more than another maybe?
That is a good question.
They're all great. That's the answer.
I think honestly, like, that's what I get. Like, I think it depends on what the person's looking for. How, as we started out, we teach lifestyle and trucking. And so it's whatever that driver or that person, and we actually get a lot of people that never thought they wanted to be a truck driver. Somehow, like, it popped in their mind, maybe I want to be a truck driver. And they just start watching our videos and they realize that we make it into real life attainable things, that life on the road. And we're not missing out on holidays. We're not missing out on exercise or showering daily or having a meal together. We're not missing out on those things. And after they've absorbed enough information, they realize, oh, maybe I could do this. And we have a high number of people that become truck drivers because of that. And then the other drivers, they're usually just searching for a topic, whether it's how to cook in the truck. I would say our number one topic that is searched is how to cook in the cab. And I think that's what we're best known for, because I take it to the extreme. We do a lot of from scratch cooking, and I usually make at least one pie per season, whether it's strawberry rhubarb pie, apple pie, blueberry pie. Like, I've made lots of full size pies in the truck.
Come on, it's not fair to start dropping pies when we're on a Zoom call and we can't have any of those. We'll be in Georgia on Christmas Day. The first part
with smell-o-vision.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. That will probably come. Maybe that's a Zoom feature in like 2030 or something. The first thing you talked about there about how you get people interested in the channel and people who actually become truck drivers from watching what you do. That's got to be just give you an enormous sense of pride when you hear someone say that. I imagine that's really lifts you up.
Yeah, it's very humbling, and honestly, it's that keeps us keep putting out content, because I won't lie, it's hard to be going regularly. We do at least 5,000 miles, so it's around 1,000 miles a day that we're covering, and to get in a video and edit it every single week, plus other content that goes up on Instagram and Facebook. So not only do we have YouTube, but we also have Instagram and Facebook, and that's where you'll get to see even more content. So like, what are we eating today, and how am I exercising today, and what was the exercise protocol that I did for this morning? Did I have to hook my set of doubles, and all of those things? So it's incredibly humbling that somebody would feel so encouraged that they would say, oh, I want to go take a chance. And we're always up for mentorship. And that's the biggest thing I think people's misbelief is that like I'm some kind of like celebrity and that I don't write back, or we wouldn't write back and we wouldn't cheer them on. So I want to encourage anybody, like, if they're listening and they're intrigued and they have questions, like, send a comment, send a message. We love to hear about those stories where somebody says, hey, I found your channel and you inspired me to make my dream a reality. And I think I can do it if I just follow half the things you say. And then they do it.
That's great. Love that.
Looking ahead to 2026, do you have any plans in regards to trucking or the channel?
I do. So I'm really excited. As I said, we got this is a new 2026 truck, and we're going to get another brand new 2026 truck as this goes. So we'll do some content on these new trucks, updated features, things that we like and don't like, because we come from where there was no technology in truck. I mean, when I started driving, I didn't even have a fuel gauge on. Like, you took the cap off. If you saw fuel, you drove the truck. And so just talking about the vast difference, bring some of that. And then just adjusting. That's the whole other thing, is adjusting from truck to truck. We came from an international truck, and the layout on the inside, this Kenworth is so tiny. So how do I fit all of the stuff that we were doing in the layout and all the water systems and the food storage, all of that stuff? How do I fit it into a smaller cab and make that adjust to living? Because I'm not willing to sacrifice and go without a lot of these things. It's a hard job, and to make it not as hard, you gotta have regular accommodations in life.
It's like moving into a new home, essentially. You're getting settled in.
Yes.
It's exciting, though.
Yeah.
It is.
It gives you a challenge. Not that you need more challenges, but
it is going to be a challenge. This truck is way smaller,
yeah. Well, especially the technology,
now is a midline.
Too. Gotcha. Well, and the technology, too, and if you're not used to it, when you get a vehicle or a new truck with new technology in it, it can be overwhelming.
It
really
is.
can.
And so we have the inward camera and outward camera. And so we've dubbed her Karen, is all I'm going to, We have to make some footage of that. Like, there's some video, I've seen like one video out there of where like they're talking to the camera and it's like, yeah, I know, following distance, and there's no car in front of them. Or, yeah, I know I was speeding. I'm glad you caught that exit ramp speed for me. Thank you. And it's hilarious. I mean, it's a real thing. Like, the camera talks to you. It's AI driven. I mean, you can't take your eyes off of anything or do anything without the AI technology reading your body language and trying to correct you through verbal commands.
That's wild.
Oh, wow.
And a little scary.
Yeah.
Just speaking for myself.
Yeah. So we'll be covering some of that kind of stuff, because I know a lot of trucks in the industry still don't have forward-facing cameras and stuff like that. So it's something a lot of drivers don't have to endure.
Yeah. Tell Karen to calm down in the meantime.
I will. Pass it along.
Yeah.
For anyone listening who wants to check out your channel, how can they go do that?
So they can go to Simple Livin', and so there is no G on the end. If they go on YouTube, they can find that, or on Facebook, they'll find it, or the number 2, Simple Livin'. But if you're on YouTube, in every description, it has all the links to Facebook and Instagram. So my suggestion is just go to YouTube, Simple Livin', click the description of any video, and it'll take you to the other links. And then we also have an Amazon store also. That's another thing I added last year. So we're always trying to help serve our followers even better. So all the things that we see have in our truck and you see. So if you wanted that Instant Pot air fryer oven, you can go to the Amazon link and click right on and you'll get the exact one that I'm talking about in my videos, from the shower bag to the oven to, all these small things that we put on there to make it easy for followers to incorporate things a lot faster.
That's awesome.
Angela, do you ever rest? I'm just because I'm listening to you speak and I'm like, you're making the videos and obviously you're out on the road every day and you're doing this and that. Do you get a lot of downtime?
Well, I remember when Ashley said there's like not many people to talk to at 2. So I drive 2 a.m. Like I get up at 2 a.m. I start driving at 3 a.m. and there's really no one to talk to till at least 6 a.m. And so the amount of content from podcasts, books, thinking so I've driven probably close to 2 million miles now. And so after 2 million miles, you have a lot of thinking time on your hands.
Wow.
Well, you're making the most of it. I think it's safe to say you're putting out, great content. And that's obviously why we wanted to talk to you again, is we enjoy your channel. And I think you're doing great stuff. And, kudos to you and happy holidays.
Yes. Yeah. We definitely appreciate your time and hope you have a very Merry Christmas.
You as well. And have a blessed New Year.
Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.